And now I think we could start, and I will give directly the floor to Dimitris Troulakis from ASECT, as we say, from the ESF Special Service in Greece. It's one of the main authority who is dealing and managing and designing the ESF actions in Greece. Dimitris, you are very experienced after 2 courses, so please go ahead. And then the floor will go directly to Patrick. Okay.
As Pavlos mentioned earlier, I'm Pavlos Dimitris, and I'm head of ASECT, the coordinating authority from the Ministry of Development and Investments. I would like to welcome you to this last workshops. We've started November 13th. This is the third and last one, and I believe that the topics were strategically chosen and very useful. All 3 are relevant to very important issues, extremely important for Greece. First one on skills, in view of the next program period and the green and digital requirements. It proved very useful. And again, due to the pandemic, and allow me to wish you to stay safe at this point. So this pandemic has impacted more on vulnerable groups, and that was the second workshop we've had, and the third one, last but not least, employment. If we take a look into the statistics that I have collected, recent statistics from Pissarides' report, employment remains at very high levels in Greece. Unemployment, was at a level 15.9% of the active population last February. As of the first memorandum, 2013, when we had 27%, of course the current rate is far lower. However, it remains high. As for the average European is 7.2 and 6.4. Well, and again, unemployment remains high both in the group of younger people and women. 32.7% in February for young people last February, double the number of the average European, 14.8 for women. And again, double the volume of the average European. And long-term unemployment is has a very high record, and both indicators were top of the list of the member states of the EU. And beyond that, speaking about women, we've got high rates of informal work or the part-time working. The potential human capital is not fully explored, and this is a critical point if we wish to guide the productive paradigm of our economy towards a more open pattern. And I include all kind of manpower. And at this point, allow me to remind you the brain drain, because Greece has been educating so many people that currently provide their services elsewhere abroad. And again, there's a very high-skilled profile manpower that can't get absorbed accordingly here in Greece. In terms of specific specialties, we would like to guide them towards targeted areas where such people can be absorbed. So this is the panorama currently in Greece and in the EU, and we would like to put forward insights for policymakers, those that will present eventually concepts that need to be turned into actions. This is the endeavor for all three. This has been the endeavor for all three workshops. We'll soon be submitting our operational programs where everything shall be more concrete. Concerning this specific workshop, we'll have a presentation on youth guarantee and practices for young people, Malta, Spain and Bulgaria. Second session will deal with long-term unemployment, the issue of women and immigrants in the labor market. And we'll have practices from Germany and France. The third part is dedicated to social economy and innovation, social economy and innovation, a very modern concept, and we'll have practices from Spain, and we'll conclude by dealing with active policies and the labor market. The PES from Greece will present a pilot program on promoting employment through active policies, a pilot project implemented in EUSIS. And I would like at this point to thank all the speakers that have invested time. They have worked hard in a very difficult time to be here with us today. And I would like to thank again the European Commission, A5 geographical area, Patrick, and his colleagues that are next to us, and they have been helping us through the years. And I would like to thank my colleagues in the service, in the authority. They have embraced this piece of work, and they are high professionally minded oriented. So I wish success to this workshop. Pavlos, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dimitris. I saw you directly started by putting the finger to the issues of Greece. That's really helpful and really useful. I hope that the speakers were able to identify some of the issues and try to come back with something tangible that could be implemented in Greece. And I'll give the floor now to Patrick. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Pavlos. Well, first, I add one technical point for our non-Greek viewers. My experience, because it's my third workshop, is that whenever we switch back to some English speaker, you hear better if you switch off the interpretation. There is less interference, if you want. It's a bit of a gymnastic, but it works better for you to know. So I wanted just to say that. And first of all, precisely to thank all those who have been behind the organization of this workshop. This has been a work over quite some time to work on this, and then we were a bit handicapped by the pandemic and postponed and had other crisis measures to look at. And now finally, I think at a very good time, with regard to the preparation of the operational programs for Greece, we have come to organize a series of 3 workshops. This is the last one after one on skills in November, and another one on social inclusion. We come now to employment policies. These are the 3 pillars of ESF, also of the European Social Fund. And precisely the objective here is really to work as an inspiration, not only as guiding in theory Greece in preparing the next programs, but really more inspiring them on exchanging, in particular, on good practices. And there will be a lot of colleagues, both from DG Employment and from member states, and I welcome them here, that will come up with their experience and exchange on that. And that's very important for Greece, because I think we are at a critical moment. I'll come to that in a moment, but in a nutshell, we would like to help and to support Greece in really scaling up its whole effort in active labor market policies, which have been used in the past, but now that also we have the crisis, we need to do much more. So let me just come on the issues. I mean, Dimitris Troulakis already pointed to the key elements of it, and I'm just struggling because I wanted to refer something to my computer screen and it shut down, and now it's open again. Okay. No, just to say, our agenda is very much around the main topics of work for Greece around this preparation of the programs. And why? Because in many of these areas, be it youth unemployment, women unemployment, or gap in employment, or the social economy, there is so much more potential around to use tools and to develop policies in Greece. And again, we are talking about here also long-standing challenges which have pre-existed the crisis. Now the crisis has come. Let me just reflect on that 2 minutes. On the 18th of November, the Commission proposed its joint employment report. And I will refer to you to this report because it has a lot of findings which are entirely applicable to Greece. And it, again, echoes a lot the agenda we have put together. The COVID crisis has broken a 6-year-long positive trend on the labor market. The total number of people in employment and the employment rate have dropped significantly. However, this was not matched by equivalent increase in unemployment because of the measures put in place by the member states, in particular in the form of short-time work schemes. So there was an effort to shoulder part of the crisis. Still, clearly, the member states that had already important socio-economic challenges before the pandemic are now even more exposed to these vulnerabilities, and there's finding, obviously, we can include Greece. And then this report is interesting because it really breaks down the impacts across different categories of workers and sectors, because the economic shock has not been the same. And what is important for us is that the employment fall has affected workers in non-standard forms of employment to a much greater extent. And among those, often the young are the most affected. The youth unemployment itself has increased more markedly than unemployment for other age groups. They were less protected also by short-time work schemes. But also the needs rate has increased sharply. And lastly, among the main findings was that non-EU born workers have also been severely affected. Now, here in Greece, we have seen already these figures growing for unemployment of the young people, reaching 37.8% in July, and we don't have yet the latest figure, but they're probably still rising, compared to 34.8 in September 19. So we have a dramatic increase, and my plea now is to reflect how to best use one of the main tools we have, which is active labor market policies, tied with a renewed effort on skilling and upskilling, this is very important in that context, because we know that it's actually the lowest skilled who have the biggest difficulties on the labor market, with maybe increase the particularity that even high skilled have labor market mismatches. And so there is also a special attention to bring across the spectrum of workers and their different qualifications to help them navigate the transformation of the labor market. And again, here LMPs are our main tools to facilitate reallocation of labor force between sectors, activities, in order also to address the future challenges posed by the twin green and digital transitions. For that, we need also good systems. We need a very functional public employment service, one which also provides for outreach, for individuals support and counseling. So this is our menu for today. I think the agenda has been clearly spelled out by Dimitris Troulakis. For me, it is all around active labor market policies. We start by different specific categories, but they all tie in. And therefore, I'm quite glad that at the end of the session, we have a bit of a more conceptual discussion about AMPs and the policy guidance. But then we can also hear about the efforts currently in Greece to develop further that tool to prepare for the future. And my last point is to note that why do we need to scale up, not only for the sake of having a good program in the ESF+, but to come out of this crisis stronger. And for that, this is where we have also provided the European Commission extra allocations, extra instruments, in particular the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which itself should be used, in my view, also very actively in this area of active labor market policies and upskilling, reskilling. These two blocks need to work in pair and with a bigger ambition. And if we use well the recovery facility, we can help the scaling up and then also make a better use of ESF+ in targeting, in particular, those groups in the population who face bigger difficulties. So that was in a nutshell my introduction, but I would like in particular to now move to the program because we want to hear from the experts. The agenda for me looks extremely appealing, and I thank in advance all our speakers for being with us, and I look forward to very fruitful discussions throughout the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you very much. That was indeed a very strong beginning. So I'll give directly the floor to the first speaker, which is Jean-Pierre Calais from DG Employment, Unit B1, Employment Strategy, to start the first block, which is youth. And Jean-Pierre will do the first presentation on the policy issues, and then, as Dimitris Troulakis said, we'll have 3 colleagues from member states to present some projects. I will kindly ask 2 speakers to respect the 10-minute time schedule for their presentation, and at the end of each session there will be questions and answers. We have already received some questions from the Ministry of Labour, from the executive unit of the Ministry of Labour. So we expect you to be active, live, and to have a very interesting, fruitful discussion. Jean-Pierre, it's on you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? And can you see my first slide?
Both, yes. Yes to do.
Okay, both. Great. So, very quickly, I will introduce myself. My name is Jean-Pierre Calais, and thank you for inviting me for this very interesting workshop. I work in Unit B1, in DG Employment. Unit B1 is called Employment Strategy, and we have in this unit in charge youth issues, but also platform work, long-term unemployment, and the PES, Public Employment Service Secretariat. This is where I am currently working. I am a seconded expert, national expert from France, and more precisely from the French Public Employment Service. And this is why my colleagues from the geographical unit called me because I have these two hats, commission and also knowledge from the public employment services. So let's go. I would like to talk not too long about the technical things and go very quickly to examples, but the youth employment support, the broader package of interrelated measures, as Patrick already said, young people are one of the main priorities of the Commission, but it has been a priority for a long time. And when the new Commission was designated, the request for proposing a reinforced youth guarantee has been launched very, very quickly. And it has been strongly impacted by the COVID-19 crisis, of course, because Patrick already said that the young people are among the most affected by the crisis, and they face really huge difficulties to find a job. In many countries, there is really a dramatic increase of youth unemployment. And reinforcing the youth guarantee, some people say that it should help preventing what they call the lockdown generation. The youth employment support, called also a bridge to jobs for the next generation, is made of different strands. And in the first strand, you see reinforcing the 2013 youth guarantee. This youth guarantee in 2013, when you were signing up for youth guarantee, it implied to receive first an offer of employment or education or apprenticeship or traineeship, and this within the 4 months after becoming unemployed or leaving formal education and it was targeting young people from between 15 and 25. The second strand is future-proofing the EU's vocational education training policy, make it more modern, more attractive, more flexible, and fit for digital age and green transition. The third strand is a renewed impetus for apprenticeship, of course, and for example, incentivizing support to small and medium enterprises, and also very important, mobilizing local and regional authorities. And there is an additional strand on measures supporting youth employment. The ambition is to, if I remember well, 22 billion of euros should be invested in youth employment. But let's go next. The good news is that the Council recommendation has been adopted, and it is published on 30th of October. It's called a Bridge to Jobs, reinforcing the youth guarantee and replacing the Council recommendation of 22nd April 2013. And finally, we can say that the process went very, very quickly. So the reinforced youth guarantee is drawing the lessons of 7 years of successful implementation. We must remember that 24 million of young Europeans benefited from the youth guarantee since 2013. This is not this is a very important figure. I will insist on what's new in this reinforced youth guarantee. The first thing is the new youth guarantee is widening the scope to cover people up to 30 years old instead of 25. A more inclusive by catering better hardest to reach. This is also important, and focusing, of course, on disadvantaged group, focusing on prevention and avoid people to become young people to become needs or long-term unemployed, linking to quality frameworks, preparing twin transition and better post-placement support. This is very important, and the role of PES will be really important in this post-placement support, which is a new approach. And of course, all these measures are made to connect with the needs of the companies and especially the needs of the small and medium enterprises, providing the skills required, in particular those that are required for the green and digital transition. This is a priority. And of course, the impact on PES will be also to provide tailored counseling, guidance, and mentoring, which means that a lot of public employment services in Europe will have to improve their service offer and to improve the training of their own staff. I will not insist on what remains more or less the same. You can see that the headline targets, the starting point for delivery, the tried and tested model, and so on. And another important thing that remains, of course, is the mobilizing partnerships. We know that public employment services are not alone in this combat against youth unemployment. They are working with a lot of partners. You have NGOs, you have youth organizations, you have municipalities, many actors in this field. If we go to the process, you have studies for phases to implement the youth guarantee, from the mapping phase to the offer phase. Of course, in the mapping phase, what is really important is the early identification of target groups. The idea, of course, is to prevent from unemployment and long-term unemployment. In the outreach phase, a very important thing is about is a strong communication. The third phase, the preparatory phase, you must prepare in this phase the young people to the labor market. It means that you have efficient profiling tools, that you have a performing counseling, that you have prepared people to these skills that are necessary to enter the labor market, like digital skills and other trainings that are linked to the jobs that will recruit in the future. And also identify the most important skills, including the soft skills. And the offer phase, we go there to employment and post-employment, which is really, really important. And this will be, these post-employment issues will be probably for several public employment services, a new service offer. Very often, public employment services are working on matching, and once the person is placed, they stop their intervention. And what is really interesting is to follow and support the people after the placement, to provide and to support sustainable placement. and you see cross-cutting enablers. Of course, partnerships are everywhere, but also data collection that must very often must be improved, and full and optimal use of funds, of course. I wanted to link this youth guarantee with the PEST network work program development. You can see that our work program has been strongly also impacted also by the COVID-19 crisis. And all our strengths next year work program will be linked to the recovery. And in October, we have an exercise with the representative of the Public Employment Services, and we prepared the work program of the next year. So we asked them what are their priorities. We try to identify these priorities and to build a program. And I just copied this slide just to show you the PEST were rating their priorities from 0 to 5, and you see that youth employment support was really rated high. And that means that next year we will have an important activity to organize on this topic of youth employment support. I will take it in charge. I think in March we will organize a thematic review workshop with public employment services from whole European Union, but also youth guarantee coordinators, the European Youth Forum, and experts dedicated to this youth issues. And I guess the Greek PES will be participating in this event. What is really interesting is that we can share with you after the thematic review workshop. We draft and publish a thematic paper on the topic. It will contain a lot of examples from the EU Public Employment Services. I wanted also to link my presentation to concrete examples. I know that you will have interesting presentations from 3 other countries. So I have chosen different examples. The first one I wanted to share with you is the support that Belgium organized to the benefit of needs. I think the 3 regional public employment services of Belgium implemented actions towards needs, but the one I'm talking about is the one from Wallonia, because Wallonia had a strong or high rate of needs. In 2018, they were more than 13% of needs, and the project called Coup de Boost was really interesting. It's a personalized guidance and support in developing plan for the future and finding a training or a job for these young needs. And what is really interesting is that it is a strong partnership between the Public Employment Service and the labor union organizations. The second example I wanted to stress is a Finnish example called One-Stop Guidance Centers. The Finnish implemented this for the first time in 2010 as a pilot, and now it is spread all over Finland, and it provides basic support to youth under 30 going to life transition. What is also interesting regarding the different countries is that youth for some countries are until 30, for the others they are implementing measures until 24, until 26. So this is interesting to see that the new, the reinforced youth guarantee is now targeting people until the age of 30. In Finland, these one-stop guidance centers are made based on a strong partnership between the municipalities, the education sector, the social institutions, including the public employment service, and the health authorities. It's face-to-face interviews that are complementary support to the national telephone helpline. And the third example I wanted to stress is the Youth Employment Support Scheme from Ireland. It was implemented in 2018. It's a support to long-term unemployed young people and supporting them to back into the workplace. It's support to the acquisition of social skills, and at the same time a work placement in a host organization. And this support is also supported, this program is also supported by a case officer that is helping both host organization and the job seekers. And my last slide is to show you that during the COVID-19 crisis, several countries implemented new measures to respond to these urgent needs. I have chosen Portugal and the program Jovem plus Digital. It means young plus digital, corresponding to the priorities of the EU instrument Next Generation EU. In the framework of course, of the multi-annual financial framework 21-27, Portugal has created this program to reinforce the quality, the effectiveness, the agility of professional training and qualification. With the view to the acquisition by young adults of digital skills. And this is one of the priorities. It's adequacy of vocational training to the real needs of the labor market, and also the objective of improving employability. And the last example I wanted to share with you is the French plan Un jeune, une solution, one young person, one solution. The government plan was decided in order to limit the impact of the health crisis on young people entering the labor market, and the target is 200,000 young people with three goals: facilitating access to employment, vocational guidance and training of these young people towards recruiting sectors, and finally support young people far from employment by setting up inclusion pathways. So you can see there are several examples all around EU that we can share with Greece. And to conclude, I would say that we are already supporting strongly the Greek base in our unit. We had a mutual assistance project in 2020 on topics that were supported directly by the Estonian PES, and I know that DJ Reform will also support the OID in the framework of the SRSS program. So thank you very much for your attention, and I think we will have some minutes to share, to have a question and answer. answer after the presentations. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Jean-Pierre. It was extremely interesting, in particular your experience with the project from other member states. That's why I was quite flexible and I gave you some extra minutes. But now let me invite Amber Darmani, all the way from Malta, to present the Youth Guarantee project in her country. I will kindly ask her just to stick on the 10 minutes. Amber, please take the floor.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and thank you to the organizers for today's invitation. So, is everyone seeing my presentation?
Everything is fine, Amber.
Very good. So, my name is Amber and I'm from the Youth Guarantee Office here in Malta, and today I shall be giving you a brief overview of our projects. So, just as an idea, the Youth Guarantee project was launched in Malta in 2014. And at that time, our perception of needs was that it was composed of a single group of individuals. However, following our needs census findings of 2015, it was clear that this was a heterogeneous group made up of specific variables, such as, for example, resources available, health and social aspects, family background, and educational background as well. As such, one-size-fits-all approach would not be a suitable one to adopt. This in turn has led us to evaluate and update our measures in order to provide a sustainable and qualitative experience to our participants. So in Malta, the project is led by Jobs Plus, our public employment service, through the Youth Guarantee Office. We have a range of activation initiatives ranging from preventive to corrective measures as well. For the purpose of today's workshop, I shall focus more on the latter, the corrective measure, which is the NEET Activation Scheme 2. Now, this scheme targets youth who are between 15 to 25 years and who are inactive, and aims at improving their skills and reintegrating them into either the labor market or back into education. So here's an idea of how the scheme works. First off, we start with a profiling exercise that is carried out by trained psychologists through a one-to-one session. This exercise is very important as it helps us to determine the behavioral, social, and educational backgrounds of our participants, and also helps us to identify the training as well as the psychosocial needs of each participant. This is comprised into then a personal action plan. Following this, participants undergo an intensive 80-hour training program covering different modules based on the participant's profile, and we have a mix of core, specific, and industry-related modules. Once this is completed, participants can either go a work exposure phase of 240 hours on the job training, and for this we match the participants' profiles with the needs of the employers, obviously based on their interest, or else they can choose to enroll with an educational institution based on the area of choice. Participants then exit our schemes through employment, continued education, traineeship or apprenticeship, or otherwise, if they're still inactive, they are retrained accordingly. Now, we offer a number of incentives and support to the participants throughout the whole phases of the scheme. So participants receive a monetary allowance. However, to qualify for this, they would need to meet at least 80% minimum attendance. Furthermore, from the start of the scheme, our participants are paired with youth mentors who support them and mentor them through weekly one-to-one sessions. We have also increased the type of psychosocial support provided. Participants get free access to a range of professionals, ranging, to mention a few, educational and clinical psychologists, general practitioners, employment advisors, job coaches, obviously based on their particular needs. Furthermore, participants of the NEET activation scheme who either complete the scheme or else drop out would still have access to this additional support if this is recommended by one of our professionals. So basically, they are offered this support over and above the scheme timeframes. As I mentioned earlier as well, we also offer a number of preventive measures targeted at youth who would have been identified as at risk of falling into the NEET category during their last year of obligatory schooling. We offer, to mention, IT courses at different levels all year round. And we also offer the SEC preventive classes, through which basically we assist youth who would have failed their core subjects in their matriculation exams and prep them for their resits. Now, we wouldn't be able to carry out these initiatives without solid partnerships. Here I'm mentioning the Youth Guarantee Consultative Committee, which is basically set up through an expression of interest and is made up of members from the National Youth Council, trade unions, civil society, and officers from the Ministry for Education as well. The main aim of this committee is to review the efficacy of our policies and also suggest any revisions as necessary. We have a good partnership with the school guidance teams at secondary schools, and this has resulted as for an ongoing referral system from our career guidance in these state schools. Another important partnership is a formal agreement which we have with Malta's main vocational institutions, the Malta College for Arts, Science and Technology and the Institute for Tourism Studies. Now, having a look at outreach, obviously outreach is key to reaching our target group, and this remains one of our ongoing challenges. Basically, we plan our campaigns based on the target group. So when looking at youth, here we mainly focus on initiative-based targeted social media campaigns, as well as cross-platform posting, for example. We send out nationwide invitations and informative leaflets to our list of inactive youth, and we also carry out door-to-door visits by social workers. When looking then at guidance teams, educators and employers, we have built a database of these professionals. We send out regular newsletters, carry out webinars, and with regards to employers, we also have the Employers Relations Unit through our PES, who is there to support the employers accordingly. Now, in response to the challenges faced this year, we have adopted a number of measures. Firstly, we have expanded the training modules which we have offered to include a wider range of industry-related courses at different EQF levels. And this is allowing us to support both the lower-skilled, medium-skilled as well, but also high-skilled needs, such as university graduates. As I mentioned before, the project is led by Jobs Plus, our PES, and we have started linking our initiatives in a way to create specific pathways for both youth and employers. So in this regards, we are promoting other initiatives such as the Access to Employment, for example, which is an initiative which provides subsidies to employers who are looking to engage new staff. And this is serving as an incentive for employers to offer employment opportunities to our Youth Guarantee participants as well. We have also focused a lot on our digital skills. We have adjusted the profiling exercise, which I mentioned in the beginning of this presentation, in order to also capture data related to the participants' digital competence. As well, a bespoke digital platform has been built specifically for our Youth Guarantee training, and all training modules have been converted online. Now here you can see a visual of this platform. So as I said, basically the modules have been converted into short 6 to 7 minute clips, covering obviously the expected learning outcomes, complete with quizzes, tests, videos, all to more make the learning experience more engaging. The platform can be easily accessed from any smartphone, tablet or PC. However, having said this, participants can still choose to follow their training in class, and for this, the necessary health and safety precautions and guidelines are being followed intently. Now, bear in mind, obviously, that in Malta, our population is just around 500,000. Taking 2019 as an example, we had around 1,134 youth who have completed one of our schemes, and this resulted into 66% positive exits, mainly into education, followed by apprenticeship, traineeships, and apprenticeship. Finally, a look at the latest statistics. We have the NEET rate for 2019 versus that of the EU27, and the youth unemployment rate as at September 2020, which was 8.8%. Obviously, this is higher than that of the previous years, as expected. So we're looking to work to reducing that percentage. Bear in mind also that many of our initiatives only restarted in August, as before we were restricted with our lockdown measures. So that's it from my end. Thank you once again, and I look forward to any questions following the session.
Thank you very much, Amber. Thank you so much. Please stay connected for the Q&A session. And let me invite Effie Meletiu from the Spanish Geographical Unit to present the integrated program for training and employment in Spain. Effie, you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Καλή σας μέρα. Ευχαριστώ για την πρόσκληση να παρουσιάσω αυτό το επιτυχημένο.
Good morning, thank you. I thank you for the invitation to present you this very successful project of the Spanish Chamber. Let me stress that the Chamber of Commerce is the Cámara de Comercio, and the title, translated in English, would be Integrated Program for Acquiring Skills and Work and Employment, which is the acronym PICE, as presented on the slides. So, this is the Spanish Chamber for Commerce, Industry, Services and Navigation. Let me put forward the legislation covering the implementation of this program. Spanish has 17 independent regions plus 2 small independent cities, Ceuta and Melilla. Each area has a significant level of autonomy in terms of budgeting, strategic, local, financial development, investments, administration, and so on and so forth. The harmonization and joint implementation of the above is the result of a process and agreements. In the same rationales, all other 87 commercial chambers in Spain, meaning regional, municipal, or area code in the case of large cities, they constitute independent legal entities. My interlocutor in the Chamber of Spain told me that all other chambers throughout Spain are not cousins they are far relatives, as nothing is provided in terms of joint implementation of the project. So the integrated project for acquiring skills and employment is managed by the Spanish Chamber in cooperation with other chambers as of the beginning of the current program period. Due to its success, it has been expanded, and we have been having more than 100,000 young people involved, 50% being successfully integrated in the labor market after the end of its training, which means for those having a subsidized agreement that they remain in the labor market after the mandatory period has expired. This rate is considered successfully by the Chamber and is immediately relevant to the initial goals. We should not forget that the activation of formerly unemployed young people, as well as the significant improvement of experience and skills of the parties involved, increase significantly their potential to become integrated in the future. So we are expecting higher levels after an assessment of the impact of the project at a later stage. As we all know, the initial goal of the commercial chambers is to protect the interests of the enterprises and industries and to offer support by contributing in the financial development of the area where they are active. Thus, the enterprises are their clients. The goals of the Chamber of Spain and of all other local chambers is the financial development servicing the interests of local enterprises. However, on top of that, the provision of products and services and projects which contribute in improving the quality of life of the communities where they are active in. So the overall goal of the integrated project goals are as follows: increase the active population of young people by providing integrated solutions, commitment of the commercial partners in that spirit and towards this goal, and their involvement in the project by organizing visits and working sites and so on and so forth. And of course, the last step would be a training or job agreement. The factors for the success of the program, the know-how accumulated on the part of the Chamber in terms of the economy, the industrial and entrepreneurial environment, the demand on the part of the market, and again, the evaluation and updating of all the above knowledge thanks to annual reports on the needs of the labor market. Customized approach on building of the best possible personal plan for every trainee by the most suitable and high-level resources, e.g., well-trained and experienced personal advisors and counselors. And there on this slide you can see the features of the project. A very customized and personalized template, not a standardized plan. We focus on providing certified qualifications that may meet the needs of the market. Thus, we made available professional trainers and educators, continuous support wherever needed. And again, maximization of the resources by providing the opportunity to young people to get involved in actions in a different region or area. So the program has 5 stages: first contact and enrollment. First stage is relevant to career and orientation access, meaning visits in work sites, a personal counselor would inform about eventual job profiles. And then we got the stage of basic training on social skills, soft skills, digital skills, and so on and so forth. And then we've got the specific training, be it repairing a specific brand of vehicle, software learning, quality assurance, qualifications, whatever the labor market may need at different levels. The 4th stage involves the intermediation either for work exercise in situ or for eventual recruitment. Support is provided throughout all different stages. Of course, all persons may not go necessarily through all stages. One may go from phase 1 directly to phase 5. Others may need to go through all. And there again, you can see again the different stages. First contact with eventual beneficiaries. In Spain, we've got the National Youth Guarantee Plan. Through a website, the participant may view all programs and apply. And the program managers may invite them. The general program in Spain is the approach of more vulnerable groups. How to put it, says the lady. In some cases, wherever the civil society is well organized, for example, for Roma people or for invalid people, the access of young people is done successfully through the NGOs. In other cases, however, in the case of persons that have lost all kinds of incentives, or people are having health problems, well, the program in those cases remained unsuccessful. Spain is very well aware, has stressed it, and we are currently developing assessment reports to fully understand it and explore the field accordingly. 2 projects already focused on blind people, and another one on young people under surveillance. This project was meant for young people under guardianship because they have committed some kind of crime. Well, anyway, in such case, they are given a personal guide which is trying to integrate them. And again, there's a close cooperation between the mentor and the coordinator. They are personal contacts, and they are at this stage, depending on the personal plan, there's a close cooperation between the mentor and the coordination. Let me give you an example. My mentor says, for example, to the coordinator this week, I've got 30 young candidates of similar profile and needs. So I propose those interventions. What could we do? So they choose training programs on the basis of those elements, and again, they may proceed, provided that the young candidate agrees. And then there is a coordinator who manages all practices and all issues on table. At this point, let me stress you that the Chamber has the option, the opportunity to provide own training in Madrid and in Barcelona. There are groups and facilities, premises where training is delivered in our own premises. So, and here we've got the subsidies for employers, where the agreements are subsidized at the rate you see on the slide, provided that the job is maintained for 6 months. For young entrepreneur, the practical and technical support is more valuable, and this is why the amount of the subsidy is lower, provided that the enterprise remains active for more than 12 months. And another question from the Ministry of Labour. I asked the chambers whether they had difficulties in attracting enterprises in the program. The answer was negative. I was told that the enterprises believe that this is a strategic partner which can make available well-trained candidates, and actually they've been asking the Chamber to integrate and develop more specific programs depending on their needs. And again, whenever they are prepared to set up and open a new plant in a specific area, they communicate to the Chamber their needs and ask the Chamber to help them. So we've got the initial information, preparation for acceptance of the young candidate, coordination. And again, at this point, allow me to tell you that temporarily some actions were disrupted due to the coronavirus disease. There are more well-targeted strategies and campaigns supporting different fields. On this website you can have more infos. It is of course in Spanish, however we are at your disposal if you need more details. Thank you.
More for the Q&A. And now let me go immediately to my colleague from the Bulgarian desk, Angelina, to present the project. Angelova, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
To present the project in Bulgaria. Hi.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, you can hear you.
Okay, that's a good start. Okay,
presentation just to see if everything is okay.
Yes, let's share my screen then.
And Kalina, since we have already running out of time, I will kindly ask you just to be to the point.
Yes, sure.
Okay. We can see it. If you can do it full screen, it will be great.
So can you see it now?
Yes, it's perfect.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, so I thought you couldn't. Okay, I do apologize for the delay. So now I'm going to present to you the Youth Mediators project in Bulgaria. Actually, that's a project which is not a ECF-funded project. The budget for it comes from the Bulgarian Ministry of Labour and Social Policy, but the Bulgarian government decided that was successful project to present. Myself, right now I'm working at the European Commission for the time being. So the European Commission, again, is not the managing authority of the project. It's, again, the Ministry of Labour and Social Policy. But I'm going to present it, and hopefully that could be useful. Thank you for the previous presentation, and for me it was very interesting to hear the examples of Malta, of Spain and Belgium. And now, yes, let's start with it. So the program in a nutshell, basically the Youth Mediator Scheme is a tailored approach to help improve youth employment by training young people as youth mediators. And the aim is to provide information about relevant employment and training opportunities in the area. The program actually targets young people. When we talked previously, you yourself mentioned that the age of young people is different across European countries. In Bulgaria, that's youth which are up to the age of 29. So basically, the aim of the program is finding young people who then are trained and then employed as youth mediators, and their goal is to help other young people in that age group until up to 29, which are needs, people who are not in employment, education, or training, and help them become active. What are the things that the candidates should have as skills? Firstly, they, of course, should have a higher education. They should be up to the age of 25. And the most important thing is that they should be registered. They should be unemployed, but registered in the bureau in the country. What else? They, of course, should know how the social system works. They should have some knowledge about the social market, and they should be communicative, of course, and initiative young people. So the main purpose is of course the implementation of the approach at local level. Those youth mediators actually are trained in job placement mediation, which is the key. They of course help other young people who are not registered with the labor offices. And they are basically the link between the institutions and those needs who are currently, of course, not employed and up to 29. So to go a bit further, one of the main problems actually, let's say in Bulgaria, is if I have to be completely honest, that's the lack of trust in institutions. So basically, one of the characteristics of the needs is that they don't trust the institutions. Again, mediators, they're the connecting link between those institutions and the needs. And they actually provide the needs with the social, health, education, and other services. Basically, they work with experts from different institutions in order to offer a package of services to the needs. And most of the time, in terms of how the system works, those youth mediators actually could meet the needs in an informal environment as well. And especially in the smaller towns that we have more needs than usual. People basically know each other, so those youth mediators know the needs and know the environment and the job opportunities, and again they act as a link to the institutions and those young people. So what are the carried out activities and how the project actually goes? Once the youth mediators are selected, they basically act as PES case managers. So first they acquire knowledge and skills on how to reach out and again communicate with the needs, and then to provide them with information and support. Also, they're taught how to engage with employers and with educational institutions, which is a key element as well. And the costs, of course, are covered by the Ministry of Labour and Social Policy, including, of course, accommodation and transport. Then, what is interesting is that of course, the youth mediators meet with employers' needs, of course, but they also participate in job fairs. And, of course, they communicate with the regional inspectorates of the Ministry of Education, with universities and local schools. They also work with youth information and counseling centers, with NGOs, because, of course, for young people, NGOs is one of the key places where they can actually get more involved in different fields. So basically, the youth mediators, they exchange information about vacancies, they do profile the identified young people, and of course, they collaborate with, as I said previously, employers, job fairs, and institutions. Again, the main responsibilities. After completing the training, the mediators, as I said, they act as PES managers. First, from the application process to the actual mediation work, it takes like 5 months. And the main responsibilities of the youth mediators are first identification of the young people, of the needs. That happens through informal meetings, as I already mentioned, in the places where the needs live, in the local NGOs, sports club, like different places where young people could be met. Then the most important thing is the consultation, of course. So basically, the youth mediators, they work individually and in groups with the needs, and they determine, of course, their needs, what skills they should build, and how to actually have a better chance of employability. For instance, how to create like a better CV and how to do better at job interviews. Then, of course, the mediators give the needs details and direct them towards relevant training or relevant education or higher education and more employment opportunities. Of course, the mediators are hired in the municipalities, and the good thing is that those mediators are again young people who are unemployed. So basically, that's the same target group, and they now are employed, and they receive a monthly remuneration. which is higher than the minimum wage. Yes, as I already said, the sources of funding, the project is financed by the Ministry of Labour and Social Policy. The figure here is a bit old. It's, as you can see, it's 350,000 euros for the project for 2017, but then more money was added, and the project started from 2015. It continues until 2020, but probably, of course, it will continue in the next program period because it was a successful one. Then what other organizations are involved in the practice? Of course, it's not only the ministry, it's the PES, the Bulgarian PES, it's local municipalities with highest number of inactive people, young people, it's the regional inspectorate of the ministry, it's universities, local schools, NGOs, information and counseling centers. And then, of course, the evaluation will be done by the ministry. The results and the figures that we have for the period. So basically, as you see, from 2015 to actually 2019, that's the first figure, we have 92 youth mediators, which have engage more than 39,000 people. We have almost 21,000 needs who are registered with the PES, and around 12,500 people who actually found employment. What are the successful factors that should be mentioned in the program? Basically, one of the most important things is the meaningful, of course, effective contact between the youth mediators and needs. The identification of the young people who are not registered with the PES and the identification of their needs is done by collecting information and conducting informal meetings with them. The good thing is that, of course, the model of youth mediation could be replicated in other countries. We already heard about similar examples today. One of of course, the most important factor is peer-to-peer mediation. I mean, it's very important that basically young people in a similar position, like unemployed, act as that link between other unemployed young people and the institutions. That creates, I think, a more meaningful relationship, and I think they understand their needs better. And what lessons were learned during the project? It's highly likely that, of course, if youth mediators had engaged with a wider variety of institutions, of course, they could have generated more opportunities for needs. If there was more engagement, then, of course, local businesses who don't advertise their vacancies through the... wider engagement is the lesson. And then the cost effectiveness of youth mediators has demonstrated that there should have been a high level of initial investment, as the cost of, which is the key thing here, that the cost of one youth mediator is far less than the social cost of 10 inactive young people. So basically, of course, like investments in more youth mediators is crucial, because as you see, one youth mediator actually could activate 10 inactive young people. And that was it. If you have any additional questions, I'll be happy to reply at the end of
Thank you very much, Galina. Thank you very much. That was very interesting, in particular the lessons learned and the success factors. So we are already out of time, but that was normal and expected. But still, we have 2-3 questions. So to me, it's more important to have the questions and some replies if possible, and then rather than be on time. So I will give the floor directly to Mr. Furiaxis and to Mr. Zervas from ASECT, from ESF Special Service, to ask directly their questions to name to the right person. Yannis.
Καλημέρα και από μένα. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ τους προσκεκλημένους για το πολύ καλό επίπεδο.
We would like to thank all our guest speakers for their very interesting and succinct presentation of initiatives and projects in their countries with regard to the youth. I have a question. With regard to the improvement of the visibility of such initiatives in the various EU countries in the past, and speaking mostly about our country, there's been a gap of communication and information, and we were wondering, apart from the use of the social media, maybe we could have a digital portal for such purposes. Other than that, in which other way can we improve and make more appealing these projects for the needs in the various EU? And with regard to the vulnerable groups of people and the very interesting projects of Spain, for example, that we heard, does anyone believe that with regard to the publicity and reaching out the vulnerable people who are multifaceted, if there are other ways, different ways of reaching them with different instruments, different tools? Of course, I'm sure that individual approach is very important, but these groups of people are hesitant to communicate with PES. So maybe we could find other ways to reach them. Finally, if all the partnerships in the framework of these initiatives, I don't know if it would be better for the project to have a wider range of information and guidance to the potential beneficiaries. For example, if they could find information about public health or accommodation, housing, that is, maybe that would give more successful results, and people would have a wider package of communication and guidance.
Was from a sector C to ask his question in order to see who will reply.
Καλημέρα και από μένα.
Good morning. I'd like to ask about the sub-actions. One of the main problems that we have detected in our actions is between consulting, guidance, training, and on-the-job training. There are big intervals in between that don't make the actions appealing. Mr. Melitiu, I don't know how can we succeed this good timing so that the programming of these actions may be better and give better results. Thank you.
There's a question from the Ministry of Labour, from Mr. Panopoulos, but if I have understood correctly, this will be replied on a bilateral basis. But if I misunderstood, please step in and ask the particular question. Or otherwise, shall I ask the speakers? I don't know who will reply, but please step in. Maybe
Could I answer first? I'm Effie. With regard to the written question, I will reply in writing and give it to you. As Mr. Troulakis wrote, all the questions and answers will be uploaded on the web page. Now, with regard to the publicity, in Spain, social media have worked a lot with quite a big success. We have understood that even poor people, unless they have health problems, they have a Facebook, a mobile phone, and a Twitter account. This is how it works. They work a lot with posters as well in particular locations. They work a lot with mediators for specific groups of people. I've said that before. But one interesting practice from Galicia with regard to very remote mountainous, for example, areas, there was a bus that was touring with big advertisements, stopping in the different villages and would inform them. Another thing that I'd seen, and it fits to Greece, I'd say, it was in summer movie theaters, different posters and advertisements. It's always useful to study things first and to consult a professional when it comes to communication so that we may find the best possible ways for the country, for the region, for each target group. Now, with regard to the timing, in the project that I have mentioned, we do not have such long pauses. It is quite well organized, the planning that is. And if there are any such intervals, then we have the mentor or personal consultant who will not stop communicating with the youth. And they also have the choice for online training. So in case of a gap before or long interval before somebody starts an apprenticeship or an on-the-job training, then we have these people do something else online, maybe learn some software. In this way, we don't lose that person. That's it from me. I was informed that usually some basic training lasts 2 weeks. Knowing other projects with very vulnerable groups of people, they last longer. For the chamber, it's 2 weeks, the basic training, and for specialized training is 200 to 300 hours. Thank you.
The floor. We have also a question on the chat from Mr. Dimitris Panopoulos. I don't know if you are able to reply now or you want to send the reply later. The question is if there is a digital assessment tool for
I will send it later. I replied that I will send it later.
Okay, okay. So thank you so much, Effie. Yeah. Now, I don't know if maybe Jean-Pierre or any other of the speakers want to intervene to reply to these questions we had from Mr. Zervas and Mr. Fougatsis.
Yes, I don't think it's a very good reply that I will give, but I'm not sure that the young people, for example, if we talk about the... Sorry, I stopped the translation. Okay, if we talk about communication, I don't think that at the commission level we are reaching these young people. Of course, we can give the main lines, but it really depends on the national level. And I remember, for example, Denmark, the Danish PES that created a specific application to reach young people, because everybody knows that young people are not really big fans of public employment services. They have a different way to check for a job or to contact people. And so the Danish created this application dedicated to young people that was really fancy, and very attractive for young people. So this can be interesting to share with others. And what we do at the PES Secretariat, we try to, in terms of communication, to share the good practices on our PES Knowledge Center. So it's open to everybody. Everybody has access to this PES Knowledge Center and the good practices. And this morning I heard many interesting practices that could be included in the PES Knowledge Center, even if they are not only based on the PES activities. It's everybody knows that for young people, partnership is the most important thing.
Okay, thank you, Jean-Pierre. It is true that this workshop is not focused on communication and publication. Shall I ask if Kalina or Amber want to say something, or shall we go directly to the second session?
Hi, just a short comment with regards to the outreach. I think it's always best to focus on the platforms which obviously are most familiar with the youth in the respective countries. So maybe as a suggestion, you can start with doing some focus groups with the youths themselves in the different localities, see what they are using, what engages them. For example, in Malta, mostly the youths here use Facebook rather than Twitter. But what we have been seeing this year is there was a rise in the use with TikTok, for example. So obviously we would try to shift focus from one platform to the other so as to reach more youths, basically. Also, importantly, youth ambassadors have been very successful as well. And this is done basically with trying to get partnerships with the NGOs as well in the different localities. And also have one common platform or one application form, so every locality can link to that platform itself.
Okay. Thank you very much, Amber. Thank you all the speakers. Now shall we move on to the next session, the part B, which is it's on long-term unemployed women and migrants. Shall I ask two colleagues from the unit C1 Social Investment Strategy, Irma Bordet and Miriam Toplanka, to do their presentation on women and labor market and on migrants in the labor market. So Irma, you could start. And by saying that, I have to say that the head of unit of both of the colleagues is the previous head of unit of our desk, Iris Schwartz, who asked me to send his greetings to all his friends in Greece, and in particular, he stressed that to Dimitris Troulakis. Okay. Having said that, Irma, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me and can you see me as well?
Yes.
Good.
We cannot do the presentation yet, but you're very...
Yeah, I'm sharing the screen now. Sorry. Can you see my presentation?
No, I can see your flowers back.
I'm sorry, I will try once again. Share screen. Okay, I think I need to click twice. And now? Can you see the presentation?
No.
I don't know what to do because Yes, it's open. Okay. Okay. It should be fine now, I hope.
Not yet?
No. Yes. Now, okay, good. One button to okay, good. Let's start because I know we are running. Yes?
We are running out of time, so shall I ask you both just to be precise and focused?
I will, Pavlos, I promise. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present very, very briefly the topic related to increasing labor market participation of women. So I will start with presenting the EU policy framework, but very, very briefly. So as you, yes? Okay. Voila. Now it's full screen. I cannot make it fuller, I'm afraid. It's full screen now. Okay, so I will start very briefly presenting EU policy framework. So as you might know, the European Pillar of Social Rights, there is a dedicated principle which relates directly to gender equality, including gender equality on the labor market. But there are also other principles which are relevant to this topic. For example, principle on work-life balance for parents and people with caring responsibilities. There is also principle 11 on childcare and childcare facilities. And there is also principle 15 on pensions, which refers also to the need to ensure equal pension rights for men and women. Then we have a very recent legislation, EU legislation, which is a directive from 2019, which is on work-life balance for parents and carers. It's a first gender equality legislation since 10 years, if not more. And basically, this directive encourages equal share of caring responsibilities between men and women. I will refer why it's so important later in my presentation. But basically, this directive now is being transposed by the member states, and by 2024, at the latest, it should be transposed into the national legal system of each member state. Then we have also very relatively recent gender equality strategy, which was adopted in March this year, because the Commission President von der Leyen, she put very much emphasis in her political guidelines on the issue of gender equality, including gender equality on the labor market. So the gender strategy for the next 5 years had 5 strategic priorities. And as you see, priority 3 and priority 4 are very much related to labor market, to ensuring equal participation of women in the labor market, also addressing the differences in sectors of economy, addressing gender pay gap and pensions gap, and also including addressing the gender care gap. I will be referring to later. And there is also forthcoming Commission initiative, which will be a Commission proposal for a directive on pay transparency to address specifically the issue of unequal pay between women and men, and to reinforce the principle of equal pay for equal work. Just to show you briefly how the situation looks like now in the EU with regard to women employment. So, although women employment rate has been on constant increase already since a couple of years, but basically what we are also observing the difference between women and men employment rate, which is measured by the indicator called gender employment gap. So it's a difference in percentage points between employment rate of men and women. It has not changed since 7 years. So basically since 2013 it's around 11.7 percentage points. It's really decreased only very, very marginally since 2013. So if you see on this graph on the right hand side, you have the member states, 4 member states where the gender employment gap is very, very wide. And on the left-hand side, you have the smallest employment gaps, and you see Lithuania, Finland, Latvia, and Sweden have the smallest gender employment gap, while just 4 countries on the left-hand side, it's improving, but it's basically still well above the EU average. Another indicator which we use when we analyze the situation of women on the labor market, its headline indicator, is a gender pay gap. In short, this indicator shows us how much less do women earn than men. And very similarly to the gender employment gap indicator, this indicator is also stagnating. Currently, it's at the level of 14% in EU 27, but basically when you look backwards at the trend, it remains almost the same since, again, 2013. So on average, you see it's close to 15, it's 14.8, but they are member states when gender pay gap is very stubborn. It's Estonia, Germany, and Czechia. They feature negatively and well above the EU average. And basically also the improvement in these countries. I mean, the situation has not changed much since many years. What we also at the EU level, what we are afraid of, and we already have some preliminary assessment with regard to the COVID crisis, because women are more employed in those sectors which were hardest struck by the crisis, namely caring sector or hospitality sectors, and because those sectors are on average not as well paid as other sectors, that the pandemic might even reinforce gender equality on the labor market, and it will most likely also impact on the increase in the gender employment gap and in the gender pay gap. With regard also to the gender pay gap, which we see there is very direct link between this gap and so-called pension gap. So again, this is the difference between pensions between men and women, and currently it's at 29% for pensioners who are aged 65 to 74, and not surprisingly, this gender pension gap is bigger in the member states with bigger employment gap and bigger pay gap, because this is these inequalities on the labor market which accumulate over your lifetime, and just the final outcome is this difference in pensions. What are the drivers? I will be very brief, but what we see as a key driver of this unequal participation of the labor market, it's first of all this impact of parenthood. So basically the fact that of having children impacts negatively women's employment prospects, at least at certain periods of time. And on this graph, you will see that for women and men, because it shows the impact of parenthood both on women and men. So for people aged 25-49 with at least one child, which is less than 6 years old, you will see that in some member states, in most of the member states actually, it has enormous impact on employment rate. So the difference in employment rate between those parents and people without children, overall in EU, it's like 14 percentage points for women. But you will see, for example, that there are member states like Czech Republic, Hungary, and Slovakia that it's over 40 percentage points. On your really very small number of member states like Sweden, Portugal, Slovenia, and Croatia has either positive or neutral impact of parenthood on employment. What is also interesting, what you can see on this graph, that in every country for men, the fact of having children have positive impact on their employment. So basically there are more fathers in employment than non-fathers. This is probably very much related to the fact that in order to compensate for the loss of income related to the fact that mothers have to withdraw from the labor market to take care of the child, men need to increase their working hours in order to compensate exactly for this loss of income. So for men, the fact of having children has across the board positive situation on the labor market situation, positive impact. Sorry. Another key driver, not surprisingly, is the inadequate provision of early childhood education and care. And we see it notably for children, for small children, which are aged between 0 and 3 years old. You may be aware that they are so-called Barcelona targets agreed at European level to have enrolled children between 0 and 3 to have this at 33% at EU level. So this target has already been achieved already 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, because for these young children, the overall enrollment at EU level is above 35%. But you will see on these graphs, they are member states. They are still 15 member states, so over a half of all EU member states which have not yet reached the target. So these are these red countries flagged in red. And in some member states, the enrollment rates for these young children are really very, very low. It's like less than 1% of children 0 to 3 are enrolled in early childhood education and care. And not surprisingly, this translates directly into poor labor market outcomes for women in this country. So there is very, very strong correlation. Another driver I mentioned in the context of the directive on work-life balance is inadequate family leaves or not availability of flexible working arrangements. It's not only about having, for example, system of paternity leave, parental leave, or carers leave, or flexible working arrangements in place. It's also about having them designed in that way, which encourages the take-up of those leave or working arrangements by both men and women in a balanced way. Because there were in many, many member states, the system of leaves, for example, family leaves, was or still is designed that way that basically encourages predominantly women to take those leave, while men don't do this because, for example, the leave is not paid. So because women in general are second earners, for them it pays off in economic terms. They withdraw from the labor market to take care of the child, while men stay in employment. So basically what the Commission tried to do with the Work-Life Balance Directive is exactly to encourage this and create a system of incentives in this system of leaves or working arrangements to encourage men to take them on equal footing with women. So as I said, the directive which is exactly implementing this is now being transposed, and we are working very closely with member states with regard to proper transposition, but we will also monitor very closely once directive is in place what positive, hopefully positive impact it brought on gender equal take-up of these rights by workers who have children and who have other caring responsibilities, because it's not only about children, it's also about dependents who are older or with a disability problem. So the directive tries to address those both aspects. So this was about the drivers, but what are the policies' response to increase the employment rate of women? So this is exactly what addressing these drivers I was discussing, presenting before. So providing early childhood education and care of good quality, which is also affordable, because it's not only about having the childcare institutions in place, it's also making them attractive for parents in order they make use of them, like the prices, the quality is good, the prices are affordable, the distance is not so far away from where they live or they work. The opening hours, it's also a very important issue, so the opening hours are compatible with the full working time, because although there are still some member states where the provision of childcare, when we look, it's overall positive or it's above the EU average, but for example, they operate only 4 hours per day, which automatically results in more women working part-time because they need to take care of their children in the afternoon, for example. The same applies and will apply more and more to long-term services, which is related to the aging of population and really shortages of the long-term services across Europe. There is also the issue, as I said, the gender-balanced design of family-related leaves, of flexible working arrangements. There is also issues related to taxation, because sometimes, as I said, women are secondary earners, and the taxation system basically does not encourage them to move on to the labor market. It's because, for example, they would need to pay higher taxes, or childcare facilities would basically offset the income they would receive from the paid employment. So the issue of taxation and of benefits, system of benefits, which does not discourage labor market participation, is also very important. And also equal treatment legislation, which is basically in place in the EU, but the issue is of enforcement. So there are still issues, problems and challenges related to enforcement of equal treatment legislation. And for example, with this ensuring this that workers should receive equal pay for equal work of equal value. So there are still challenges in some member states with regard to this. With regard to low enrollment in childcare, so the policy reply, as I said, putting emphasis on quality framework, also invest in education and training of staff, childminding staff, ensure affordability, ensure accessibility. And it's not only about kindergarten and nurseries, it's also about out-of-school care. So when the school is over, the child has to still be taken care of when parents work full-time. So out-of-school care is also more and more important. And we also at Commission level, we started looking deeper into this aspect. And we have a very interesting report by Eurofound I can later share with you because they are very nice and useful findings also in terms of gaps and challenges. Concerning pay gap, as I said, the first issue is just to bring more women into the labor market, but not only bringing them onto the labor market, they need to have quality job. So jobs which are, they should not work, we should look how to address the gender segregation in occupation and sectors, how to encourage more women, for example, working in the sector of ICT, because predominantly they work in caring sector, in hospitality sector, in education sector, which are overall worse paid than other sectors. And this creates also this unequal pay for them. Promote also pay transparency. So while taking a job, a position, one would know what are the rules of paying, and the workers should also have right to request for the way the pay is calculated. Improve the enforcement of equal pay provision. This is what I was already referring to, and strengthen work-life balance measures. So, what is also very important in the context of COVID crisis, that everybody realize how, for example, important is to have all these teleworking arrangements, and it was not so easy for some, notably with caring responsibilities, to combine those two while working from home. It was really a challenge for many, many parents. In regard to the gender pensions gap, of course, as I said, this is life cycle approach, so all these steps have to be addressed at the earlier stages. But when it comes to reaching pensionable age, what is important is harmonized statutory retirement age, because if you encourage earlier withdrawal from the labor market, and this used to be mainly for women, that they were entitled to withdraw later, earlier, for example, at the age of 60 as opposed to 65 to men, but at the same time they did not manage to accumulate that many pension rights as men, and this also results in the pension gap. Access to long-term care arrangements and work-life balance measures for carers, so that they don't withdraw from the labor market, to take care of older dependents. promote lifelong learning and active aging, and again, support better sharing of care and work between women and men. So this is what we are putting emphasis also vis-à-vis member states, EU level, and we put already many policies to that end at EU level, but of course many of those measures need to be implemented by member states, by social partners, by other stakeholders. So the situation is getting better now with the impact of COVID. We will see how this will all develop. But we hope finally also with this emphasis on equality, on gender equality by the new Commission, the situation will improve in some years. So this was it from my side. I hope I will manage to stick to the timing, and I'm happy to reply to a question in the Q&A session later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Irma. Thank you. A lot of food for thought. And I'll give directly the floor to Miriam to go on with her presentation, asking her also to keep an eye on the time. I don't want to intervene, I don't want to cause you extra stress, but please, we are running out of time. Miriam.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Fine, excellent.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So I can start.
You can start.
My name is Miriam Toplanska, and I work in the same unit as Irma, Social Investment Strategy Unit. Today, I'll go briefly through key challenges as we see it in integration and inclusion of migrants into the labor market. Then I'll speak about the impact of the COVID-19 crisis on this group, and what do we from the EU level. And I conclude with good practices and innovative projects. So what are the key challenges? Before COVID-19 crisis, we saw very good improvements in employment rates, not only for natives, but also for migrants. Nevertheless, with significant differences among the member states and gaps between natives and third country officials, remaining employment rate was still much lower than for native-born people. The same with unemployment rate. Despite the improvements, the unemployment rate for third country nationals was much higher than for native-born people. A similar situation is for people, for young people who are not in education, not in training. Gender gaps shows persistency, and as Irma mentioned, it's a challenge not only among migrants but among native people too. But in migrants, it's even particularly more significant. Then around 38% of people with migrant backgrounds have a lower level of educational attainment. There are skill mismatches. We still have lots of migrants or people with migrant background who are overqualified to work they actually do, and language difficulties and challenges with access to supporting services such as housing, healthcare, or already mentioned childcare. This all leads into poor social outcomes. We can see that migrants are more likely to face poverty and social inclusion, and the situation is worse in Sweden as well as in Greece or Belgium. Material social deprivation, the gaps between natives and third country nationals are largest again in Greece or in Spain. And despite the fact that the migrants are on the labor market, many of them face poverty. It's due to the nature of their work. They work more in precarious employment, or are self-employed, or in temporary jobs, or in part-time jobs. And this all results that in work poverty rates are almost double or almost triple in some member states for this group. The highest gaps between native and third country nationals are in Spain, in Luxembourg, or in France. Pardon. I'll move to what will be impact of the COVID-19 crisis. It will be bad impact on all of us, but we already see the data showing that it has even worse impact on migrants. The OECD study shows that they have twice as high risk of infection of COVID-19. It's because due to higher risk of poverty, living in overcrowded housing, and they are concentrated in jobs where physical distancing is difficult. Then, as I already mentioned, they are in more vulnerable situation, and in pre-COVID period, we saw that situation has been improving. Now, the data shows that it will be worsen up, in particular for migrants, and it's because of their less stable working conditions. Or they have lower networks, so for them it will be even more difficult to find new jobs, or because they are overrepresented in the sectors most effective, such as transport or food services or non-essential retail services or domestic services and so on. This is the table from this OECD study, which shows share of employment population who can work from home in 2020, and we see that foreign-born people in comparison to native-born are in disadvantaged position. And particularly disturbing situation is in Greece, where migrants, but as well as native, have more barriers to teleworking, but migrants are on very, very low level. And we observe disadvantage in less distance learning. Many member states moved on to online learning. Nevertheless, migrant children have low access to computer or to Wi-Fi connection, and it ends up in their more difficult situation to follow up and to catch up this online learning. They have parents with lower resources or with different native language, and that's why to work on their homeworks and follow up teachers' advices and so on is more difficult for them. This can lead to long-term disengagements. That's why it is very important to offer assistance in very, very early stage. German studies has shown that online language training, which was introduced en masse recently, is much more difficult for low-skill adult or adult with very low language or basic language skills, or for new arrivals. Many of them dropped out from the trainings, or they didn't pass. So there are difficulties in online trainings for these groups of people. From EU level, we help with policy guidance or EU funds or facilitate mutual learning events, sharing good practices. Key guidance is European Pillar of Social Rights, and I would like to put to your attention Action Plan on Integration and Inclusion, which was adopted only last Tuesday. Here is the link. It has 4 key areas to focus. Education, employment, health and housing, and spells out the actions on EU level and also recommended action on the EU member state level. Then each year in February, usually we publish country reports through the European semester, in which we analyze the situation in many areas, but including in the area of integration and inclusion of migrants. We organize mutual learning events. I can highlight the most recent one last week. I believe some of you have participated in it. We had mutual learning event on innovative practices on migrants integration and inclusion. In September, we signed a renewed European partnership with social partners, social economic partners, and we organize civil society dialogues. And last but not least, EU fundings is here to support EU member state actions in integration and inclusion of migrants. European Social Fund Plus or Asylum and Migration Fund, or ERDF. Talking about ESF Plus, it will support the third country nationals and migrants. Overall budget is almost 88 billion euros, and it will support targeted and mainstream measures for migrants through all three areas, either in labor market or education or social inclusion. I'd like to move to good practice measures. In response to ease the impact of COVID-19 crisis, some member states adopted very, very good and early measures. For example, Portugal is good practice example. Apart from translating everything very quickly into more than 20 languages of migrant communities they have living in their territory, the Portuguese municipality also prepared quarantine places in case of any foreign agricultural workers need to be isolated. They also took step in ensuring that all migrants have access to healthcare and other necessary services during this time, and immigrants and asylum seekers who had pending applications for residence permits were granted permission for temporary residence. All these good practices are collected on a website which I added here. We support and try to disseminate innovative practices because this is very, very quickly evolving area, and good practices from 10 years ago are not good enough. We have 5 innovative projects ongoing. I would like to put to your attention Fast Track Action Boost project, which is led by Italy and implemented in 5 cities, Stockholm, Berlin, Vienna, Belgrade, and Milano. And in particularly Neighborhood Mothers project, which was initiated in Berlin and then tested in Stockholm, is the good one on integration on migrant women into labor market and into society. It's basically picking up talented migrant women from the neighborhood who are trained as a sort of assistant to the social workers and who disseminate information, who are multiplicators of information in the area, who can outreach to really most vulnerable members and can communicate state policies in a suitable way to the neighborhood. Another project I would like to put to your attention is a project which was completed already last year. It was not aimed at migrants, nevertheless, because of situation in Ardennes, 80% of target group ended up to be migrants and refugees. Its title was ST, Employment Enhancement and Social Service Integration. And it was implemented by the municipality of Athens, which introduced new ways of communication, cooperation with the local NGOs active in this field and local state authorities active in this field. It is promoted all over Europe as a good practice project, and we would like to see its possible scaling up through or with support of ESF Plus in future in Greece. Other good practices, I would not, as we don't have time, I would not go into details, but I would recommend you to look at the report published last week, Innovative Practices on Migrant Integration in Light of COVID-19, which was a thematic report which includes many good practices highlighted on integration issues. For migrant women integration, another report, Gender Perspectives and Integration Policy Approaches. Or 14 innovative project examples which we promoted in the conference. All these documents are and video footage and videos of these project promoters speaking about their own projects are here in this website, in this web link. Otherwise, I would also put into your attention last year report and gathered a good source of information of evidence-based good practices in integration of migrants, which we have in this report on sustainable inclusion of migrants of societies. Or EU website that collects good practices on integration since 2008 in different areas according to different countries. You can find good practices which are to be promoted further, and we hope that they would inspire policymakers and project promoters and project managers in other countries. Finally, last sources of information on integration policies, that is European website on integration, where you have also detailed information of Greece, data and so on, or European Migration Network country fact sheets. They collect development of the policies and sometimes also good practice projects are promoted there as well. Thank you very much. And I would give floor to...
Yes, to Pavlos. Thank you very much, Miriam. Yeah. You've given a lot of reading material to all of us, in particular to our Greek colleagues. Thank you. I've seen you have already a question on the chat box as well, maybe later on, which is on fire, I would say. And now we can pass to the project, and we'll start with Mrs. Renata O'Connell, who will present the Chance Generator project in Germany, in Hamburg. But before that, the desk officer from the German desk would like to do an intervention. So please, Estelle Roger, please step in.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Kalimera Sas. Do you hear me?
Yes, you can hear you, Estelle. Yes, a little bit low, but you can hear you. So
yes, okay. So my name is Estelle Roger. I'm also from DG Employment, working for the German desk. And I work closely as well with the ESF managing authority in Hamburg. So Hamburg is one of the 16 federal states. It's also a city-state and has its own government with different ministries and with a head of government. And we had also election this year. So we have a new government, and it's a coalition between the Social Democratic Party, SPD, and the Greens. And they have also a new coalition strategy to build Hamburg for the future in a sustainable, solidary and confident way. So all the EU funds, so not only the ESF, are also embedded in the different strategies of the city, as well as the ESF. So the ESF has a small amount for this current funding period, and unfortunately it will be even lower for the next funding period. Nevertheless, the ESF in Hamburg plays a strong role in the different strategy of the city, especially for the integration of the newcomers. So you have the EU comers, the EU citizens that are coming to Hamburg, as well as the non-EU. So the migrants and as well the refugees. So it's the political will to integrate the newcomers into the city of Hamburg and to allow them entering the labor market. And we have the chance to have this ESF project, Chance Generator, that I visited as well a couple of years ago with pleasure, and it was very touching. So Renate, I give you the floor. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Estelle. That was very useful because we cannot just copy a project from one member state to another one. That would be very dangerous. So, Renata, please give us some extra details on this project, and I will kindly ask everybody to mute himself, okay, because there are some sounds. Renata, please step in. Yes.
Do you have them?
Yes, Renata, okay.
Yes, yes, okie dokie. Then I look for full picture, yes.
We cannot see your presentation yet.
Do you can see the presentation now?
No, maybe the help desk could intervene, please.
Oh, how pity. Now, it's now possible. Do you see now this presentation?
Yes.
Okie dokie.
Excellent, Renata, you can start. Thank you.
It's okay. I tell you something about our project, Johnson Generator Support for Young Refugees aged 18 to 25. Something about ours, we are a subsidiary company of the Hamburg Workers' Welfare Union and a service company for activities on the job market. Our goal is integrating migrants and refugees in the job market. Our methods is counseling, coaching, and training. We have a multicultural team that speaking several languages such as Arabic, Dari, Farsi, Tigrinya, and English. Project data. Our project exists from March 2017 and during to February 2021. We have 400 until 460 participants per year, supported for up to 2 years. We service the 7th Jugendberufsagenturen, Youth Employment Agency in Hamburg in all 7 districts. Total target number within the funding period is 500 participants. We have a team from 14 to 19 counselors that speaking Arabic, Dari, Farsi, Tigrinya, and English, and German, of course. Our goals in the project is improving and securing the residential status of young refugee, considering relevant pre-vocational education skills. Providing support until an apprenticeship, job, or a place at a university has been found. Providing support during the entire integration process into the social and the job markets. And support in difficult situations and seeking solutions. Parties involved is European Social Fund, the City of Hamburg, Jugendberufsagentur, Youth Employment Agency, and we. Target group in the project is refugees aged 18 to 25 who have applied for asylum, then residents in Hamburg in all 7 districts. They are registered customers of all youth employment agencies in Hamburg. The majority of participants is currently studying German or participating in other states within pre-vocational education schemes. How to participate? The client is client from Jugendberufsagentur, Youth Employment Agency. All young people in Hamburg is clients from this Jugendberufsagentur. They have a Gutschein, a voucher, and in this voucher we get this voucher and call the interesting client and make an appointment, perhaps in the mother language. Our participants by country, the most participants came from Syria, then Afghanistan, then Eritrea, Iraq, and others. Participants according to gender, we have just 22% women and 78% young men. Support process, tell you something, my colleague. They come from Afghanistan, and their name is Aliullah Nazari.
So, hello everybody. I'm telling you something about our support process. After we get the voucher from the Youth Employment Agency, we make a first contact with the client. And we invite the client with a personal appointment. And here we establish a relationship with this client. A relationship which is full of beliefs from both parts. And then we go to, there are some forms we fill out with the client, and then we ask which goals we have to work with the client in order to achieve these goals. And we go to each goals after that individually. And if there are any problems there, we analyze these problems, and according to these problems, we find the solutions. After the clients are exchanged or reach some goals from, for example, the labor market or apprenticeship or a place at the university, after they got these achievements, we evaluate them after that. So now I'm going to tell you something about our counseling procedures. In the first appointment, we give some general information to the client about our project and European social funds. And after that, we identify the current situation of the client, and we support them according to their needs. How we counsel and how we support the client. After identifying the needs of the client, we counsel them and we make a supportive plan for the client. And we support them at first with the pre-vocational education schemes. And after that, we support them to find an apprenticeship or a job or a place at the university. And we are very close with the youth employment agencies, and we collaborate very closely. And also we are the first contact persons to the clients. And all the required steps are discussed with the counselors of the youth employment agencies, and we implement them accordingly. So there are some statistics here. Participants currently integration into the job market. We have about 207 apprenticeships, and we have about 27 clients that we exchange them to long-term traineeships. And we have exchanged about 264 young people to the employment, to the labor market. And we have exchanged about 75 people to main jobs or small job. and about 150 traineeships, and we exchanged about 14 young people to become placed at the university, which are currently studying at universities. So we give you an example. There are some examples, and I start with the first example. We have a participant from Syria. He was 20 years old when he came to the project, and he lives currently in Hamburg. And in Syria, he did a primary school, and he came to Germany in 2016. At the time he came to the project, he had a German level of A2, which is the second level. At first come A1 and then come A2. And his status was jobless, and he was a customer of the Youth Employment Agency in Hamburg. After he came to the project, we supported him for finding a B1 language course. We supported him to find a mini job beside of his language course. We supported him to find an accommodation or a flat. We supported him and consulted him on health matters because he was traumatized from the war in Syria, and he had also problem with hearing loss. We also assessed him with financial matters because he could not deal with his contracts, and he had to agree on installments of payments which for the unpaid amounts. We supported him for finding an internship or traineeship. We supported him for finding an apprenticeship. And now come the results, the integration part. After this all supports, he finally reached a B1 certificate, and also he found a mini job. He became an internship or a traineeship in a hardware store in Hamburg, and then he was taken over to an apprenticeship as a structural sealer. And then he also used from our support after the start of an apprenticeship. And at the moment, because we supported him for finding flats, he received many offers from rental companies in Hamburg, and he will soon sign a rental contract for a flat. I give you another example. Ali from Afghanistan, he was also 20 years old as he came to a project, and he is a resident of Hamburg. He didn't go to school in Afghanistan, but in Germany, he is graduated from the secondary school from 9th class. He came in November 2015 to Germany. At the time he came to us and took part to the project, he had the German level of A2, and his status was jobless, and he was currently customer of the Youth Employment Agency in Hamburg. So, as he came to the project, we supported him for finding a B1 language course, and also a full-time job, and an accommodation, and an apprenticeship. His main goal was to find an apprenticeship, but because he had to work full time and support the family in Afghanistan. The whole family, he was the only person to help the whole family that they live and have something for the existence. and therefore he worked here a full time, and he got a B1 certificate, and which he's looking now, and we help him to get a B2 language course, and he became a full-time job, and his contract was extended from his chef. And a few months ago, he signed a rental contract for a flat. As I mentioned before, he was the only person to work, and he had to support his family from Germany to Afghanistan, and therefore he worked. And the next step is, or the next goal is, that we support him to find an apprenticeship. In order to observe the gender equality, we have another example from Aladel from Syria. Aladel was 21 years old, as he started the project, and she comes from Syria, resident of Hamburg. She was graduated from the 12th class in Syria, which his certificate was recognized as an Abitur in Germany. She is also living in Germany since 2015. As he started the project, she had the certificate of B2, the German level. And she was also jobless, and she was the customer of the Youth Employment Agency in Hamburg. We supported Aladel to find a C1 language course. With C1 language course, a person can go to university. And as she came to Germany, she was not stable in psychosocial things, and she felt herself always alone, and she missed her parents and a big family in Syria, and she had also no contacts with the society, and she felt herself as a kind of loneliness. We supported her in career planning, and we supported her to find a place at the university. And we also, she didn't know how to choose a specific study program. And we also supported and consulted her for finding a specific study program. And after some months in the integration phase, she became a C1 certificate. She also started a preparatory semester at the university. And after that, she got an admission to the university in the Department of Biotechnology and in the University of HEW in Hamburg. And now she is a student in the Department of Biotechnology in this university. And she is improved for her social skills, and now she has very good contacts with the society. And after she began her studies at the university, for the first 6 months, we also supported her. And now she is able to deal with her problems by herself. These were the three examples which I explained about it. And if there was any question,
Thank you so much. It was extremely interesting. It was extremely interesting. I have the feeling that
thank you very much for the attention.
Everybody was very attentive on your presentation, and in particular on your examples. I will kindly ask you to stay there. Renata, you too. Estelle, you too. And we'll go to the next presentation.
Yes, I have to look.
And please stay there in order if there is any question to be replied. Thank you so much, the three of you. And I give the floor to Luca Barani. It's from the French Geographical Unit to present another interesting example, to my taste at least. Luca, please step in.
Good morning, Greece. Do you hear me?
Yes, you can hear you. Just see your presentation. And
do you also see my presentation?
Yes, not in full screen. If you could do that also full screen, it will be great.
So it should be in full screen now?
Everything is perfect, Luca. Please.
Thank you very much. So I'm here in order to present you briefly an experiment that is taking place currently in France, how to fight against long-term unemployment. And with the help of European Social Fund, is also present you what is possible also to do with European financing. So I'm sure that you are all familiar with the Council recommendation on the integration of long-term unemployed into the labour market, which as its main destinatory its main destinatory is the PES in each member states, which is to encourage the registration of job seekers with an employment service, provide individual assessment to register long-term unemployed person, offer a specific job agreement at the very latest with a long-term unemployed person and reach 18 months of unemployment, and also to build closer links with employers. This is a recommendation to member states and to the PES, but there is also another recommendation, which is to cooperate to make best use of European Structural Fund and in particular of the European Social Fund. If we look at the evaluation of the recommendation, we see that member states complied with more or less with the different components of this recommendation, except for Greece, where there is a specific aspect of job agreements, which was evaluated as lacking currently. But I'm not here to talk about Greece, I'm talking about France. And as we saw before, France is in the middle of the peloton. If we take a cyclist metaphor, France is in the middle of the pack. And it's not because there is lack of trying in order to implement the recommendation, because as you can see from the slide, there is a crowded field of many different services, of which the main is Pôle emploi, which is the main French public employment services, and but is flanked, accompanied by all different sorts of agencies, services that are focusing on specific publics. APEC for young graduates, AFPA for employees and job seekers for specialized continuous training. You have also business creation, also a dedicated service for people with disabilities. And on top of that, also you have a national network of local missions for the youth between 16 and 20 years old. You have also regional activities, and on top of that, local initiatives. So it's not for lack of trying that France is still in the middle of the pack. But I would again to stress that the main actor, also to which is addressed the recommendation and which is acting on it, is Pôle emploi, which is the main public employment services. In spite of this crowded field, the results for long-term unemployment is not great. This is the latest data, administrative data that I found concerning France. You see that even until the end of 2019, before COVID crisis, at best there was a consolidation of the number of job seekers of more than registered for more than 1 year at Pôle emploi. If we take also a more recent view, month by month until January 2020, if you see job seekers with more than 3 years of registration in the with PES, we see that it was again an increase, and in effect there is a volume of job seekers that is quite impressive in France, and apparently is not able to get out of this stock. And if we look at the people that are trapped in this long-term unemployment, we see that there is a clear correlation with age. There are all kind of different factors, of course. You have also people, young people that are stuck in long-term unemployment, but there is a clear correlation with age and with requests or with the employability of older job seekers. So what to do in the case of France, given the fact that also, of course, we reminded to the French PES and to the policymakers the fourth principle of the European Pillar of Social Rights concerning the long-term unemployment. There is also a specific, country-specific recommendations in the framework of semester, which clearly points to the problem of fostering labor market integration for all job seekers. So what we saw in France, that there is outside the PES, so outside the action of the public employment services, there was a bottom-up NGO-driven initiative specifically dedicated to long-term unemployment, the so-called Territoire Zéro Chômeur de Longue Durée, which means in local areas to reduce to zero, target zero, all unemployed people on long term. It was from a French NGO, Carmonde, but also what was impressive is that they gathered a cross-party parliamentary coalition which passed a national law authorizing this local experimentation. So it's not a national initiative, it's not a public initiative, it's mostly a civil society initiative, but it got a cross-left, right parliamentary coalition, very broad, which is very rare in France. And so, first of all, in 2016, this authorized 10 selected local areas comprised between 5,000 and 10,000 inhabitants. And this initiative, this experimentation was even scaled up because in 2020, local areas, 50 more were added. This is still in the process of being these 50 additional local areas to be selected and to be rolled out, but this is already the fact that this initiative is being launched. So there are three tenets to this experimentation, these three principles. I will go quickly on that because I'm also aware of the time. The first one is no one is unemployable. Even people that are permanently unemployed have capacities that can be potentially be mobilized. And if we see at the kind of people that enter into this scheme, we are talking about people that have, on average, 4 years of long-term unemployment. So this scheme is also, in the fact, addressing people that are very long-term unemployment. Second principle, ce n'est pas le travail qui manque. It means there is a lot to do. If in France is characterized by a level of high unemployment, including long-term unemployment, there is at the same time, according to this initiative, many societal needs that are still not covered. So it's possible to find work to do, jobs to be performed. And finally, this is the most controversial one, is ce n'est pas l'argent qui manque. It means it's not the money that is missing to address this problem, because if we, according to the proponents, the states already spends a lot on the treatment of long-term unemployment in terms of services, in terms of unemployment benefits, and so on and so forth. But there are also, these are the direct costs, but there are also the indirect costs. So the society bears also the consequences of the long-term unemployment, of long-term exclusions of the people that are trapped in this situation. And so what the proposition is that according to the proponents, the state, but also the local or the regional authorities are using the money that is being paid in unemployment benefits, in all sorts of services, to give a job to this person according to a specific characteristics. So these the three tenets which were put in practice in an experimental project which was supported by European Social Fund. So the law that was authorizing this local experimentation was in February 2016. It took more or less 6-7 months to put in place a company called Employment Purpose Company, in French EBE, which is called TESEA. Sorry. And I'm sorry that I don't think that's anything to do with Theseus or any mythical Greek hero, but it was created, and in 2019, so 3 years ago, after the initiation, 50 employees, all former long-term unemployed people, were paid by the experimental fund, which financed by the state with money dedicated to this, which all of them were paid at a minimum wage with indefinite contracts. At the same time, European Social Fund intervened to finance partially this experimentation, of course, together with other partner organizations. So we had this project was in Brittany, so you have Brittany regions, the municipalities there, and this initial seed money was over the period of 2016 and 17, not to pay the employees in charge of the coordination of the territorial integration. And so this, after the initial financing period in 2016-2017, this animation supporting team grew from 2.5 full-time equivalents to 3.4 full-time equivalent in 2018, because the non-profit employment purpose company was also growing. And this is, for instance, a screenshot of the person that is in charge of this project in Brittany. What I would just conclude briefly is also interesting is that in France, this experimentation, apart from his numbers and from his success, got a lot of name recognition. You have this initiative that is brought up in demonstrations. You have logos that are in the press, in the public offices. You have also these companies that put logos up front in order to show they are part of this initiative, and the localities are putting signs saying you are entering a territory without long-term unemployment. So it is a kind of success, at least in terms of communication and of marketing and branding across French society. I could talk you more about another specific project that was not supported by European Social Fund in order also to have a comparator, but I would not try to test your patience more is necessary. Just to signal final point, when people of municipalities in France are interested, and this is what we see in the current phase of extension from 10 to more 50 other territories, they are warned by the promoters that this project comes with a heavy workload to be done, and there is a lot of conditions to be ticked. And this is even the promoters that are saying that. So it's not an easy to copy model, but in spite of this complexity to a certain extent, there is also the fact, and we are also following this in my unit, is that currently Brussels regions and the Wallonia region in Belgium, they already established intergovernmental program that they want to experiment along the lines of this French initiative, this zero long-term unemployed job seekers territory. But at the same time, there is also a work that is being done both in Wallonia and in Brussels to adapt the specific French conditions and working hypothesis there to the Belgian context. So it's still some kind of work in progress. I'm not claiming that is in undisputed success, because there are things to be improved, of course, but I would say that this at least is a successful experimentation, trying to do something new outside the purview of the public employment services in France. Voilà, I will stop there, and I will apologize for having taken too much time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucas. Thank you so much. To me, that was an extremely interesting example. But as you said, it's not easy to copy one. But okay, let's see that. Now, we're going to the Q&As. I know that there are also some people from Greece who would like to ask some questions. Shall I ask Mr. Christos Kirkoglu from ESF Special Service, and then Mrs. Gantiu, if they listen still, just to ask their question, and please address to a specific speaker. Christos, you can start.
Thank you, Pavlo Kirkoglu from the Special Coordination Authority for the ESF. We would like to thank all speakers. At this point, I'm having a double question for the German project, for Mrs. Renate and the other colleague. So I would like to know how you approach the entrepreneurs, the businessmen, the companies, so that you come up with those apprenticeship positions, as there is no specific field in the program. Or is the Youth Employment Agency which is responsible for for approaching the enterprises? And again, the rate of women in this project, you've mentioned that it's very low. Is this accidental, or you're thinking to take some actions in order to increase this rate?
Mrs. Gantiu, can you hear me?
Mrs. Gantiu? Mrs. Gantiu?
Yes, we can hear you, yes.
I would like to ask a question to, forgive me, I don't remember the name, the Afghanistan counselor for the German practice.
Okay, of the German project, yes.
Yeah, the German project. And really, I mean, this is extraordinary how well holistic and integrated the project was. And I wanted to ask, the first phase, I understand, is 6 months. There are many services offered, and the second phase, we do not have a specific time. Does this mean that as long as the individual needs support, either for vocational training or psychological support or to find accommodation, the agency is there to support them? Thank you. And if I can ask another question for the French practice, the French project, to Mr.
Yes, to Luca. Yes. Please go ahead.
He mentioned that there is the Pôle Emploi, which is the central agency, I assume, for the promotion to employment, and the National Network of Local Missions for the Youth, which I don't understand exactly what that is, and of course the regional and local initiatives. And then he went on to explain the project. Did I understand correctly that once the local government and the regional government and the civil society were motivated, there was more success in having long-term unemployment in job placements? Thank you.
Okay, so maybe shall I ask Luca first to give his reply and then to set him free? And then maybe for the German project, we see there is a lot of interest, so I will ask you to wait a bit. So Luca, please.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question, so could you repeat?
Yes, okay. Mrs. Gantiu, could you please repeat your question for the French project?
What I actually asked is if you could tell us a bit more what the National Network of Local Missions for the Youth is, first, And then, did I understand correctly that once initiatives were focused at local level, this was more successful for employment positions for long-term unemployed?
Yes. So, first question, what is the national network of Mission Locale, of local missions? This is a specialized network of services that, alongside the main PES agency, Pôle Emploi, is just focusing on young people, because to a certain extent they cannot access the unemployment benefits, so they're a bit prevented by legislation to access to the full services of the PES. So this, I'm talking about the 1980s, that it was felt the necessity of having a specific PES addressed to the needs of young people. And so to a certain extent, it reminds me also of what my colleague also presented for the Spanish case, in terms of the kind of assistance that Mission Locale are giving to young people, but is part of the PES, so it is a public initiative, and so there are some commonalities what we already saw with the presentation from the Spain colleague. Concerning the target of this experimentation, Territoire Zéro Chômeur, is only for people on long-term unemployment. So there is no other target group of these experimentations. The idea, on a very local basis, because it's for territories between 5,000 and 10,000 inhabitants. You have a mix of rural and urban areas that were selected in the first wave. So it's trying to test and to see what are the results of just having a specific initiative for long-term unemployed people that are either job seekers or inactive. So there is no distinction between people that are registered or not with the PES in France, and the principles, the philosophy at work, if you want, is to make a shock on a very local area, on a very small geographical area, to try to absorb all the people that are in either in long-term unemployment, registered or not, and so to look at what happens if you offer to all long-term unemployed a permanent job with a minimum wage. So is seen in France still as a kind of revolutionary initiative, but the idea is really that you have to. We saw that the situation is not improving so much in France, and most probably is going to worsen. But the idea, at least when it started in 2016, was we try to absorb at the local level all the unemployed people, and so to see what happens in terms of increase of the well-being of the people, of course, that are beneficiaries, but also what happens to the local social tissue if we create a new company that is addressing societal needs which are not, for time being, covered by either by enterprises for profit or non-profit associations, and to see if this has a beneficial impact not only on the beneficiaries but on the local society. But again, I would like to stress is experimentation, which is getting widely recognized not only in France but also abroad in other countries. And from what the news that I have, but I still have to confirm, is possible that this is going to be part of the package for RRF in France. So it's possible that RRF, the recovery and relaunch facility of the European Union, is going to be asked by French authorities to support this initiative, but of course I cannot tell you now if Commission is going or not to include it in the RRF, but it's possible that this is going to be part of the RRF package for France. I would stop there. I don't know if I answered all the...
Thanks a lot. Very interesting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Luca. And Sala, please ask Renata if she was able to understand the questions to try to reply to them, if she's ready, or do you want just to repeat them? Have you heard them? Please, you're muted.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I understand two. I heard just two questions. How we make a contact with the companies, and why we have so less participants from women. Women.
Exactly. Yes.
That's all.
Yes. These were the questions. Yes.
We consulting our participants, and we're looking for a job in internet online. And when we found something interesting, what is very actually, then we call sometime the company and make a personally contact. And that's good. It's very good. And the participants may make some time practical training before they have an apprenticeship. That's a little bit simpler to go to make a contact with the company. That's first question. And then why we have so less women in our project? If you remember, in the year 2015 and 2016 was refugees was just young men. And now we have a little bit more women because they come after. And we try to have these women in our project, but that's not so simple because this woman is married now and wanna have children, you know? That's the problem.
Okay, thank you, Renata. I don't know if this is clear, the reply, Christos, but also Mrs. Yantz, you had another question. Maybe
thank you
she could ask it again. And Christos, I don't know if you want any further clarification on this.
I think it's okay. Thank you from my side.
Okay, so Mrs. Yantz, please repeat your question because I was not able to write it down.
Yes, my question concerned the examples that they were given about the Syrian and young men, the men from Afghanistan and the Syrian young woman. And I've noticed that there's a very holistic approach, well integrated, and it seems long-term. And I was wondering, the first phase you mentioned, it was for 6 months period, the preliminary stages, let's say. Then the next stage, the stage of inclusion, it might take how much time? Is there a specific time dedicated to each individual for the inclusion, or as long as they need help, the agency is there to support them? Have you understood my question?
Please, Renata, your mic. Yes.
I didn't hear this question because we had problem with the sound. Could you repeat, Pavlos? I heard you very good. Could you repeat?
I don't know. Maybe okay.
Maybe I can write it in the chat.
Please write it.
Yes, I heard you now.
Okay. Could you please
repeat your question?
Okay, one more time now. Okay. I said that I was very impressed Can you hear me now?
A little bit, yes.
Yes. A little bit. I'll try to speak a bit louder. I was very impressed by the examples you gave.
Nothing.
I didn't hear you.
Sorry. I mean,
I will write in the chat.
Please write it in the chat. Okay. Please write it in the chat. Meanwhile, we will have a 10-minute break. Okay. And for the interpreters, but you'll find the question on the chat. So
okay.
I ask the next speakers. Okay. So shall we start in? Let's say.
That's okay. I had the interpretation closed, but I will write a chat. I don't want to take much more of your time.
Okay,
I will write.
We will start at 12:30 Brussels time at 1:30 Athens time. Okay. I'm very sorry for the next speakers, but let's say in some 13 minutes. Okay then. Thank you so much, everybody. Renata, please wait for the question in written. Thank you so much. Extremely interesting. Then, so it's 12:30 and 1:30 in Greece. So shall we start the next session? Are you ready? I saw that both Dana and Risto are connected. So, Dana, if you can hear me, yes, please. You're muted, Dana.
Hello. I think I am unmuted now. I will share my screen.
Personally, I don't see your screen, and your sound is quite low so far. Maybe you could... Please, okay then.
Do you see now the slides, and do you hear me well?
Oh, we can. Yes, both of you can hear you. Yes, both of you. Dana, yes, you see your presentation. Your sound is good. I don't think it is yet full screen.
Okay. Yes. Perfect.
Now it's perfect.
Okay. Sorry, and thank you for technical support. So I will start with the presentation. Thank you very much for the opportunity and for the interest in the social economy. So my goal today is to present rather superficially, because there isn't a lot of time, to present the EU agenda for the social economy, and also what can be done in the next period with the tools that we have at our disposal. So in particular with the European Social Fund and with the InvestEU program. And to also share a few tips and lessons we've learned from the current period that could perhaps turn useful also for Greece in the programming of interventions for the social economy.
Okay, Dana, please let me know that will be also for the other speakers as well, that in 7-8 minutes I will intervene just to remind you the time, okay? Don't want to stress you, but we're running out of time, so in some 7-8 minutes I will intervene just to encourage you to be brief. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I will try to stay brief, but there is a lot to say about the social economy, so please put me back on track if I'm not on track. in terms of the EU agenda for the social economy, some of you might know already that there has been a long-standing EU support for the social economy, and in the last decade there has been also an initiative, the Social Business Initiative, focusing specifically on support for social enterprises. So these are enterprises that have a different way of doing business because they put societal goals at the heart of their activity and of their business models rather than profit making. So in the past decade we've had this initiative and also the Startup and Scale Up initiative in 2016. And on the basis of these two initiatives, the Commission has launched a series of actions at EU level, but also member states have implemented actions at their national and regional and local levels to address the challenges that social economy was facing. And now we are under a new commission, and we are working on preparing an action plan for the social economy, and this is planned to be adopted in 2021, and it is planned to address the remaining challenges that social economy is facing. A lot has been done in the previous decade, but still a lot still needs to be done. And it's planned to also address the issue of helping social economy and social enterprises to be innovative and to start up and scale up. And maybe important to know that we are developing this action plan on the backdrop of the European Green Deal. So the action plan will aim to show also how the social economy can contribute to the green and to the digital transitions, and in particular how it can help to ensure that these transitions are fair and that they don't leave the more vulnerable behind. And we are developing the action plan also on the backdrop of the COVID-19 crisis. We have seen during this crisis that social economy organizations in many countries have been at the forefront of the crisis. They have proven to be quite flexible and in many cases able to transform themselves in order to respond to the most pressing needs during the crisis, but they have also been impacted themselves by the crisis. So the action plan will look also at these aspects. Now, moving on to what is foreseen under the ESF Plus in the next programming period, and how this can be used to support the social economy. Actually, if we look at the specific objectives and in particular at what is there under the shared management, for member states, there are no big changes as compared to this period. The social economy is not mentioned as such as a specific objective, and this makes sense because actually social economy is a transversal issue, and it's more of a tool that can be used to achieve most, if not all, of these policy objectives. It can be particularly relevant in terms of enhancing access to employment and access to services, and also when it comes to active inclusion. But it has a wide potential, so depending on the challenges in the country, it can also be used to skill and upskill, in particular the more vulnerable people and those distant from the labor market. And it can also offer solutions to deal with the green transition. And When it comes, though, to the part under the direct or indirect management of the European Commission, you know already that under the ESF Plus, there is now also a strand focusing on employment and social innovation. And under this strand, we will implement actions to support, in particular, to support, let's say, the development of a social investment market. And these actions will be complementing the financial instruments that will be launched under the InvestEU. However, the fact that we now have this trend under the ESF Plus will also allow us to create more synergies with what is happening under the shared management part. So support will be there to develop further the social investment market. We will continue to offer support to EU-level networks that are active in this field. There will be support also offering advisory support to intermediaries, either financial intermediaries or non-financial intermediaries that work with social enterprises, and we will continue and enhance the transnational cooperation support. And my colleague Risto will tell you more about this in the next presentation. I'd also like to say a few words about InvestEU, because here, as you probably know, this is the program that will bring together all the financial instruments of the European Commission under one single program. So it will continue to offer some of the financial instruments that we have already launched in this period. So, for example, you might be familiar with the guarantee scheme for microfinance and social entrepreneurship. This is a scheme that enables intermediaries to give loans to social enterprises because it takes part of the risk of these loans. So such an instrument will very likely be continued in the next period. And what is interesting is that there will also be the possibility for member states to allocate part of the structural funds to a member state compartment under this InvestEU. The advantage is that you would be contributing to EU instruments that are already developed, so there won't be a need to design specific instruments, but you would still be covering the specific needs in your territories, and there would be flexibility to shift this contribution back to the shared management in case it's not used. And maybe one word to mention why financial instruments could be interesting. They are interesting because they are sometimes needed by social economy organizations, in particular when they want to scale their organization. They might need equity, they might need loans, so going beyond grant and trying to become sustainable. And they are also interesting for us because they allow us to leverage private financing. So for every euro that is being used as a guarantee, we are able to leverage many more euros of private financing. So this could be an interesting avenue. And I have now a slide summarizing a few lessons that we have learned from the current programming period that might be useful in the programming phase. They might not fit the case of Greece because these are lessons we've learned from the studies we've undertaken and from consultation with stakeholders across Europe. But one interesting aspect we've noticed is that indeed the European structural funds have acted as game changers in many countries, and this is particularly the case of Central and Eastern Europe. But this is the case there because also there was no other support often available to social enterprises, so no national financing or other sources. So of course the ESF played a big role, but this was also due to the fact that member states have allocated funding targeting specifically the development of social enterprises. But we've noticed also that in some countries the interventions did not explore the full potential of the social economy. So there are some countries in which the interventions focused exclusively on the role that social enterprises can play towards work integration. Of course, this is perfectly fine if work integration is the main issue in the country, and given that the funding is limited. But sometimes this might also be an indication that there isn't a good understanding of the full potential of the social economy. So we've noticed that in many countries there is a lack of understanding, and whenever this is the case, we encourage authorities to also why not dedicate some funding for technical assistance, or we put at your disposal a series of activities and policy briefs that can help you to get a better understanding of the full potential. We've also noticed in some countries what was not that great was that a strategic approach was missing. So although there had been interventions targeting specifically social enterprises, sometimes they were quite ad hoc and focused on only one small element or one particular need, such as, for example, supporting social enterprises to start up, but no attention was given to what happens next after these social enterprises start up. There was no financing, for example, for networks or for support that is needed for these enterprises to survive beyond the grant period. And we've also noticed that financial instruments developed under the Employment and Social Innovation Program have had quite a positive impact to develop the social finance ecosystem. So in particular to develop access to loans and to equity investments for social enterprises. So what we propose as a way forward is that you have...
I'll ask you to conclude now with a way forward, if I'm allowed to, Dana.
Of course, yeah. So I had just one more slide because our advice is to try to be very strategic in the way you design your interventions. And there are already a couple of tools at your disposal. Maybe you already are aware of them for designing these strategic interventions. One is a mapping of social enterprises and their ecosystems, a study that the European Commission undertook very recently. So there is a country report looking at the whole ecosystem for social enterprises in Greece. And actually this report draws very much on another report developed in 2017 by the British Council. And here you see the picture of the ecosystem just to remind you of what are the other elements that you have to pay attention to in design of these strategic interventions. So there is also the aspect of research, of education, and of skills development. And on the right-hand side, you see a different picture of the same ecosystem is taken from the EU policy tool called Better Entrepreneurship. This tool is available online at the link that you see on the screen, and is geared towards let's say trying to come up with very concrete actions that you could take on each of these 7 areas of the ecosystem. So I will stop here, but happy to go more in depth if you have questions later.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dana. Let me repeat what you have just said about the lack of strategic approach. Sometimes this is quite evident. And having said that, I will give the floor to Risto Ravio. Please, Risto.
Hello, thank you. I will try to manage to share my screen.
That's fine, Risto.
Yes, good. Oh, but yeah, now we are in the starting page.
And keep an eye on the time.
I will do in a Finnish way, yes. So the whole idea here is to just give you an appetite and to remind about the fact that the ESF Plus pays more attention to social innovation that was the case during the current period. And the more attention means also that there is a stronger support to social innovation. And there is a very simple rationale behind that. If we look at the society today, we of course know that there is huge transformation going on and transitions. We have the well-known challenges in our societies, and we know that in this kind of situation, innovation is needed. And when innovation is needed, there is also a place and need for social innovation, where by social innovation, what we mean is that you are addressing societal issues, you want to generate good social outcomes, and the way how you do it is also inclusive in terms of involving a wide range of stakeholders from the society. And in this logic, when you need innovation and there is a place for social innovation, there is of course then also need to support social innovation, because innovation happens in our society in ecosystem, like Dana referred to concerning social enterprises, and public policies and public funding can create favorable conditions. So there is need to create room and mobilize resources to test new innovative solutions. And in the context of EU, we of course always pay attention to enabling exchange of solutions and lessons between the countries. Now, in the ESF Plus context, this means basically, let's say there are 2 elements in this picture. One is the decentralized approach through shared management, where of course it is about what happens, what is available for member states when implementing the ESF. And on the other hand, we have the part of direct and indirect management, where it is of course about actions that will be organized, implemented at EU level. And while most of the money is available through shared management for the member states to implement things in the countries, it is of course still very important that through these smaller actions at EU level, we reconnect the countries so that they can learn from each other. And there we have 2 elements in the picture. One is the social experimentation, which happens under the EASY program currently and which will be in the ESF Plus context in the future. And then there will be a new way of organizing transnational activities and transnational social innovation projects. And my presentation will notably also cover the second part of the what is happening on the indirect management. But still, some reminders about shared management at the member state levels. The Article 13 of the ESF regulation proposal asks that member states will dedicate at least one priority, where they say that particularly here we will address and facilitate social innovation. So it creates a kind of focal point. And there is a carrot then to do something for social innovation, carrot in terms of higher co-funding rate, co-financing rate from the EU, from the ESF envelope in this particular dedicated area. And so this is new in comparison to current situation, where of course currently already social innovation is promoted and many member states have made use of that, but we have observed that it's not the case across the union, and so with this requirement to dedicate at least one priority and mobilize this higher co-funding rate, we hope that there will be a stronger support for social innovation in member states. Now, concerning this new element through indirect management, it is actually it will be an initiative that will, let's say, draw together and organize in a new way something that has happened previously in another way, but it also dedicates a specific budget for that. And the way how it will happen is that Commission will identify a managing authority that will be well placed, one managing authority that will be well placed to implement actually an EU-wide action on social innovation. And this action will basically include two key elements. One will be transnational calls for proposals and for social innovation or social innovation connected activities, and those will basically replace what was tried to do through these coordinated calls during current period, which didn't really work as expected. So there will be EU-level launched call for proposals for projects in member states, at member states level, but with international or transnational dimension in the projects. And on the other hand, there will be this support function that around this managing authority, there will be a kind of center of excellence. We might call it a European Competence Center for Social Innovation, which will then provide support to scaling and transferring, replicating innovation, social innovation across the union. There will be mutual learning and cooperation opportunities. There will be capacity building for managing authorities and key stakeholders. And there will be, of course, also the dimension of going a little bit more analytical and then validating particularly successful social innovation solutions. One final point then, you might ask how it fits into this picture. Then the competence centers for social innovation. There is a call for proposal which has been open since July and where the deadline is today. So it's too late now to start to think about using that, but we are quite confident that we will receive a reasonable number of proposals, and our ambition is to finance something between 7-9 projects where we hope to cover all the 27 member states of the EU. And these national competence centers for social innovation, they will be a kind of bridge between what will happen in the future at national level through and under the shared management, and on the other hand, what will happen at EU level through this indirect management. So these national competence centers will be focal points for social innovation, for financing, for supporting, for networking, and capacity building in member states. So this was my short, as I promised, that I will pay attention to the time. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Risto, and I'll ask you, as done, of course, to stay until the Q&A question, okay? Now I'll give the floor to my good friend and colleague, Ana Carrero. We used to work together, she works in the Spanish desk, and she will present the Spanish experience in the social enterprises. And I will ask the Greek authority just to keep in mind that, as we said already, you cannot just copy-paste a project from one member state to the other, but this is mostly some ideas in order to start thinking. Anna, please.
Hi, hello everybody.
Could you please do full screen?
Yes. Is that it now? Oh, okay.
Great. You can see it, you can hear you.
Perfect. Yes. So thanks for the introduction. I'm Ana Carrero. I work in the Spanish desk, and we thought with Pablos that it would be interesting for you to learn a little bit about a very common practice in Spain that I've learned it's also quite common in some other EU countries. We will talk about the work integration social enterprises that accounts for not a very significant share of the social economy in Spain, but it is very significant in terms of social impact. So let me start by, hold on, I'm going to minimize this. Yeah, that's it. Okay, by saying a few words about the social economy in Spain. We have a law on social economy that we adopted in 2011, and this was a landmark because this law intended to give visibility to the social economy and the social enterprises, as well as to set the main legal framework and principles. Of course, social economy encompasses many different types of entities like cooperatives, associations, foundations, among which we find the work integration social enterprises. We have two different social enterprises of this type that we will see later. It's the social integration enterprises and the special employment centers. So, well, the main principles of the social economy is to be person-centered, the benefit of the people working for these companies. They pursue social objectives, the benefit of the local community or the environmental environmental benefits, and the social profits in Spain need to be shared among the workers or reinvested in the company. In general, this type of enterprises tend to have activities in the fields of cleaning, personal and social services. We also have a very special feature is that we have a very strong business association that gathers most of these social enterprises and plays an important role in terms of making progress to achieve a higher share of the social economy in Spain. Some key figures, although it's very difficult to get reliable data on this. These are the figures that were published by this association, and they say that social economy in Spain accounts for 10% of GDP, 12.5% of employment, and employs more than 100,000 people with disabilities, which is very significant. As you see, because I highlighted in yellow, the two social enterprises I will talk to you about don't account for most of the share of the social economy. However, as I told you, they do have a very important role in terms of social impact. In this slide, we can see the main features of these social enterprises. So I will start by the social integration enterprises. Their objective is to fight poverty and social inclusion through a productive activity. They employ workers in integration from 30% to 60%. These workers are usually derived from the social services, and they are either recipients of the minimum income, former or current convicts in transition, people with problems of drug dependency, or ex-protected children, as some examples. This support is envisaged to be temporary. So first of all, they follow an insertion itinerary. They are diagnosed and provided with an individual as planned. They follow workshops. First, pre-work workshops to gather and boost their basic skills, and later on other workshops and training on specialized activities. Then they start working for this insertion company, and the idea is for them to stay a maximum of 3 years and then to facilitate the transition to the ordinary labor market. The activities are varied in general, but we have cleaning activities, environmental or gardening activities, maintenance, recycling are some of the most common activities for this type of enterprises. As for the special employment centers, their objective is to provide jobs for disabled workers. At least 70% of the employees have to have a degree of disability of at least 33%. They provide permanent training and personal and professional support. So they play a significant role in the social integration of people with disabilities because they are integrated in a bigger community, and they receive training, personal support, and a salary. There are also support units within the companies for training and direct assistance, so to boost the autonomy, particularly for workers with intellectual disabilities or mental illness. Of course, here, in general, there's no limit for these workers to stay in the company, but the objective is, of course, the transition to the ordinary employment market. Their activities are a bit similar to the social integration enterprises, but they also include small-scale manufacturing. So, here we can see the benefits and the support that are provided by the Spanish national and regional authorities to this type of companies. I won't deepen into every single detail. They are very similar for both types of companies, although they vary in amounts. But basically, we can find for both social security rebates, with some limitations. These are higher for the social employment centers employing people with disabilities. Support measures to create these companies and to create new posts in terms of a startup aid and also counseling. They are also given subsidies for hiring new people and for the maintenance of these posts. And we also fund the labor insertion counselors and the support units. There are also other tax benefits, but of course we don't support those with ESF. So I highlighted those actions that we currently fund with ESF in certain regions of Spain or with a national OP. So mainly what we do is to fund the hiring incentives, the social security rebates, the individual support, and the itineraries. And just to give you an example of a very important company, that it's a holding of companies, that many of those are special centers of employment. This one is called Ilunion, and it's a hotel company and other link services. And it's, I don't know if you are aware about the ONCE, the entity called ONCE in Spain that plays an important role to integrate people with disabilities in the labor market, especially the blind. And they also have many other activities in parallel as this one. So you see the figures are are very, very positive, and I can tell you that I've been in many of these hotels, and they are totally worth it, and of course 100% accessible. So I encourage you to go there when visiting Spain and support the social economy. So thank you.
Thank you, Anna. You have to invite us to Spain in order to support social economy. Otherwise, you cannot do that from Brussels or from Athens. Okay, thank you so much. Now, I don't see any particular question, or I missed. I don't see any hand. I don't know if people are tired or hungry, or just there's a lack of interest in social economy. But I mean, all the subjects were very useful and on the right time. Competence Center, I know Greece had some questions. The example on disabled persons from Spain to me could be applicable in Greece. That's why I have proposed Anna to present it. So please feel free to intervene. Yes, Yanni, please.
Καλημέρα και πάλι.
Good morning. I would like to put forward a question concerning social economy. As we all know, the social economy actions balance between two major commitments. On the one hand, we got the social dimension of all those interventions, which is a way out for people that have significant problems to face. And on the other hand, there's an entrepreneurial dimension relevant to their sustainability and how they may meet and respond to the competition of the free market. So I would like to ask the following. In what way, in the next program period, in what way we could bring those two dimensions more closer to achieve a higher balance? In many cases in the past, we know the one blocks the other, impedes somehow the successful outcome of the goals we set. So which could be the ways for those two goals to be more close, interlinked somehow, to come up with best results? And the second question, I grasp the opportunity of InvestEU and other facilities that might get involved in social economy issues. I would like to ask the Commission, does it have the intention, or how to put it, in terms of state subsidies, do they consider a more favorable environment for similar endeavors or for the enterprises involved in a way that a positive outcome may be somehow guaranteed? Thank you.
Technical question. I'm not sure that the speaker will be able to reply. But let me stress the fact that Dana Verba, she works from the job creation unit, so she may give the reply that on your first question. So please, if any of the three of you could intervene.
Yes, I would like to intervene. I don't know if I understood so well, though, the questions. I don't know, Pavlos, if you can help me. So, for example, the first one, did I understand well that the issue is that social economy, or that we have to merge these two aspects of having to be entrepreneurial and at the same time delivering on social objectives?
Social results, yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, I mean, from my point of view, then social economy would be the answer to this a bit. And I see the role of the ESF and of other European funding as supporting initiative where it's particularly difficult for enterprises to do it themselves without the EU support. We always advocate that their EU support has to prove that there is an added value for it. There needs to be a reason to intervene. So at least at European level, the reason we support social enterprises is because we see that they face more difficulties, either because there is a perception that they are riskier, or sometimes because they are, let's say, facing more difficulties in being competitive on the market, given that they have to put social goals at the heart, and they have to be very careful about issues that mainstream enterprises don't care about that much, such as giving decent working conditions sometimes to their employees, involving them, and then redistributing their profits to reach their social goals. So of course this makes them a little bit more vulnerable, and this is why we see a reason to intervene and to support them. But we also want to make sure that we support initiatives that become sustainable and that are able to then be competitive and on the market. But maybe for that, another aspect I didn't highlight so much in my presentation, there is the aspect of access to the market. So this is something that you could also try to develop in the ESF interventions. So there is scope for improving access to public procurement or to private procurement for the social economy. But for that to happen, you need a public administration that knows how to roll out calls for tenders that take into account the specificities of the social economy. Not sure, I'm a bit all over the place in my reply because I'm not so sure that I understood well the question.
Okay, I don't know if Risto wants to intervene or Anna.
I can actually compliment Dana. You were not all over the place. I think you were very, very much to the point. Two reflections still. One is that while indeed social economy, social enterprises might be disadvantaged sometimes in competition against the mainstream business, on the other hand, in the notion and the concept of social economy and social enterprises, the fact that profit maximization is not the key and it's not the starting point, it also gives them the possibility to operate in an environment where a profit maximization oriented company possibly wouldn't. Because, for example, profit maximization company would come from that logic to a delocation decision, because even if the business would be profitable in some place, they would see that they can do even more money somewhere else. But social economy or social enterprise wouldn't have this necessity to go somewhere else to maximize and get even better return to investment. And so this leaves this kind of low profit margins in economy actually as a place where social economy and social enterprises can be complementary element and still be viable. That's just a kind of little bit philosophical reflection, but in some cases it's also a pragmatic element. Now the other angle to the same issue is a little bit that while there is surely a place for social economy, social enterprises which have the social outcome as the reason for doing the business. This is the whole starting point for social enterprise as a concept, that social outcomes is not a side effect, it is the reason why we are doing something. Now, while there is surely place for those, and there is a reason to support that, as Dana explained, at the same time, there is of course also the drive and try and certain tendency that also mainstream business is paying more attention to social aspects, and they are also requested to pay more attention to social and societal aspects. And in EU, at EU level, for example, also this aspect is all the time reflected. And so these both come to the question that how can we actually combine the entrepreneurial dimension and the social, and both are needed. And finally, then one point, and this is, I'm not sure now whether, Dana, you already mentioned, but we can of course say that when this action plan for social economy is prepared, inside Commission services, very wide field of policies and issues are reflected that what could be relevant, where could we do something. And even indeed the state aid rules, for example, are also reviewed inside in the reflections. Is there something that can be done in that field? Whether there will be or not, we will see later. But reflections inside Commission are going very wide.
Okay, thank you both. I mean, everybody can understand that this kind of questions, you cannot just reply with a yes or no. But this is a matter of policy to me. Anyway, now we have some live discussion on the chat. It's a question from Anna. Anna, we have a question from Dimitris Panopoulos and then some replies from Georgos Alexopoulos. But I would like also your point of view on that. How many years are these initiatives in force? And are these viable without the EU funding? Again, open question. And to me, I mean, this is applicable to all the projects, not only to social economy. If we have to ask ourselves if this is viable without EU funding, we have to ask this question to all the projects. But Anna, please.
Yes, well, these initiatives have been going on, I think, now for more than 30 years, so they are quite stable. Of course, the amounts and the extent of support given in the different forms may vary from in different phases. It has evolved, and it also depends on the regions. But we are talking here about people with disabilities and extremely vulnerable people. So these activities play a very important role for the social integration. I don't know if they would be viable without EU funding, but we've been having EU funding for many years now. We cannot picture our countries without the structural funds. Of course, the amount may vary, but it's very difficult to factor it out from the picture. I mean, of course, we can do that exercise with the new funds that won't stay, but these funds are supposed to change things, but we can count on them and adapt the way we use them in the future. As for the other question that you were debating, I think there are many types of social enterprises and social economy, but the ones I presented that are targeting the most vulnerable, I don't think the aim is to stop providing that aid to these companies, because these companies need this aid to be encouraged to hire these people with disabilities and these extremely vulnerable people that are very, very far away from the labor market. But while doing so, these companies are also pursuing an economic activities. In fact, some of them, they are providers. I mean, last year we visited one of these special employment centers that were they were an enclave of a Ford automobile plant, manufacturing plant in Valencia, and there are many more examples. I mean, they are very competitive in the market because they received a lot of funding in terms of hiring incentives and all that, but we cannot disregard the social impact this has, because otherwise these people would be unemployed or even inactive. So it's worth every penny.
Thank you so much, Anna. I've seen now the discussion is going on the chat box. Maybe I missed something, but do you have any other questions, or shall I proceed with the next session?
I think there was also a question related to InvestEU, but again, I didn't understand quite well if it was about how state aid.
I'm not sure if the question is if EU wants to do some, let's say, simpler rules on state aid.
No, it wasn't specifically on InvestEU. It was just what Mr. Dimitriou described. To what extent the Commission is considering on the opportunity or InvestEU to create a more favorable tax environment, incentives for social enterprises in relation to the regulation regarding state aids.
Brazilian fund, it's not fund, but I don't know. Anyway. The European Commission is thinking of doing simpler rules both on public procurement and on state aid. But this is an initiative not of DG Employment. If any colleague knows anything more, please, but I don't know more than that.
What I know is that indeed when it comes to InvestEU and EU level financial instruments, I understand that the state aid rules do not apply, or let's say the de minimis. I'm not such an expert on this, but I don't know how this works when I can imagine that when member state dedicates structural funds to a EU level instrument, then that instrument is not going to be affected by the state aid rules. But I know that also in the preparation of the social economy action plan that will be launched next year, we are looking into the issue of state aid and trying to understand if there are any particular needs, or sometimes we notice that maybe there is no barrier, but we might need to offer guidance on how this state aid rules should be implemented. So we are considering potential actions to launch in this direction.
Okay, thank you. I mean, the state aid issue definitely something much beyond DG Employment and the funds. Okay. So I would like to thank you, all the three of the speakers, Anna, Risto, and Dana. And I will welcome again Jean-Pierre for second time in order to start the fourth and the last part, the active labor market policies. So Jean-Pierre, you start again the session with the PES and LMP's delivery. I know it's your favorite subject, but shall I ask you to stick on the 10 minutes? Okay?
Okay, sorry. Can you see my screen?
No, I can't.
No, not yet? Okay.
Not yet. I see myself. I mean, it's great, but...
It's not so bad.
Not so bad, no. Now, yes.
Still not...
Now we see.
Yes,
please do it full screen, and you could start.
Okay.
Great. Jean-Pierre, you have 10 minutes, please.
Okay, I will try to be quicker than this morning. Just a few words about what are the ALMPs. It's always nice to go back to the basics. Of course, they are government programs trying to help unemployed to find a work. They are also made for improving matching between job vacancies and workers. They are used also to combat skills shortages, and we all know that it's an important issue in the EU. And they also accompany structural changes. In this sense, I would like to relate this topic to the online seminar that we had with Greece in June. And after this seminar on structural changes, we drafted an interesting thematic paper that you can find on the PES Knowledge Center that could be useful for everyone. And this thematic paper is entitled The Roles of Public Employment Services in Supporting Structural Changes. And thank you again to the Greek PES and to Spiros for the support during this event. The outcomes and or the main findings of this paper will be presented to the board of the PES network next week. If we go to the policy area, of course, the European Pillar of Social Rights, you can see some the right to timely and tailor-made assistance, the right to receive support for job search, training and qualification, the right to an in-depth individual assessment at the latest at 18 months of unemployment, and the European semester. You can see in the CSRs, in the country-specific recommendation, that very often ALMPs and PES are targeted and have to improve their results in these topics. And regarding the European semester 2020, we are currently working on this on the next CSRs. They will focus, of course, on the impact of the COVID-19 crisis, the short-term work schemes in particular. What was interesting, Anna was already talking about the expenditures, and the success of ALMPs depends not only on expenditure levels, of course, but most importantly on the design of the measures and the way they are implemented. If we talk about counseling and job search assistance, these measures form part of an individualized and tailor-made approach to support the unemployed. It must include vocational training, job search assistance, motivation courses, and social support. And this is made according to the assessed needs of job seekers and, of course, the needs of the labor market. Regarding subsidies to employers, they are very often targeted to the most disadvantaged groups. They play an important role for me if you think about the influence it can have on the attitudes of employers regarding the recruitment of long-term unemployed people. Direct employment and job creation schemes also, they are made more to avoid perverse employment effects on the short-term unemployed. And the last thing, training, of course, is one of the most important, as it is on the job training or any vocational training programs. All of these issues of training that must be very effective in order to facilitate the transition from education to work. We are now reflecting on what will be ALMPs in the future, what could be necessary to make them really, really efficient. Of course, they will need well-functioning public employment services as well as training and learning systems. It's extremely important. And they will strongly support young people. We have already talked about that this morning. People in short-term work schemes. This is also something really interesting because we have so different, various approaches in among the member states regarding the short-term work schemes. Some PES are directly managing these schemes. Some others are absolutely not involved. And you have interesting examples, for example, from Portugal. They have supported a lot people in short-term work schemes in training issues. People were working partly, and they could be trained. They were supported by the PES financially and technically to get some training during these short-term work schemes, which is really new for a lot of PES. Of course, they will support people at risk of unemployment, which is also something new for most of the public employment services. Most of the PES are mainly targeting unemployed people, but if we talk about prevention, PES will also have to support people at risk of unemployment and also people at risk of long-term unemployment. But the main concern for the Commission and also the Member States implementing and financing ALMPs is are these ALMPs really efficient? And how can we improve the efficiency of ALMPs? Of course, we can improve the coordination of service delivery, in particular, together with the social services providers, to offer different supporting services and complementary supporting services. We can strengthen cooperation with employers. This is absolutely necessary, and to increasingly use work-related training in France, for example. We must strengthen all kinds of partnerships, and in particular with local authorities, with training institutions and civil society organizations. There is also an effort to be made in the management practices. They must be more efficient by strengthening change management and making organizations more responsive to changing demands for services through digitalization, training of staff, partnership with other stakeholders. And last point, improving the effectiveness of hiring subsidies by reviewing, streamlining the existing frameworks on incentives, and by gearing incentives, which is extremely important also, towards companies operating in growing sectors. I would like to end my presentation with some good practices. Here are some ALMPs that I wanted to share with you related to training issues, because we already talked this morning about the importance of training, reskilling, upskilling. So we have very, very interesting examples from Denmark on adult apprenticeship scheme. Unskilled workers and skilled workers with outdated training are granted the right to higher unemployment benefits if they begin vocational education, for example. In Greece, a very interesting example, the distance training through an innovative partnership with Google, but I think the Greek can talk better than me about this interesting and innovative partnership. France has launched PIC, Plan Investissement Compétences, Skills Investment Plan, a huge massive plan for millions of people. I think they are targeting 1 million of job seekers and 1 million of young people far from the labor market. This plan will focus on a better analysis of the skill needs and provide better guidance for training policies. It will finance training pathways towards sustainable employment, and innovate and transform through experimentations. The idea is to develop the skills of low-skilled job seekers to answer to the recruitment needs, of course, particularly in the sectors where you can find shortages, and support skills transformation linked again to this digital and green issues that we already talked about this morning. Hungary has also something interesting. During the short time work schemes, employers received compensation for working reduced hours, and the state covers wages for a period of 3 months for a certain part of the working time lost, where during this time the employers may receive individual development digital training. Latvia also delivering remote training in partnership with the education sector. The Portuguese plan called Pro Digital to equip and empower the vocational training center of the Public Employment Center of Portugal and develop distance learning. And a very interesting example from Poland, the National Training Fund, that is benefiting to employed people and to give them new skills, new competencies for they are still at work, but they are at risk of unemployment in sectors that will suffer from the crisis. And they are encouraged and financed by the state to develop new skills and transfer their skills to other sectors. Here are some examples that I found interesting, and now I give back the floor to Pavlos. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jean-Pierre. Thank you so much. Indeed, very interesting. Now I think that everybody will be more than pleased when I say that we are coming to our last presentation, not least. So Mrs. Anna Giannopoulou, from the head of the Greek PES, OAS, will do a presentation on the famous Elefsina project that it is very well known for us, maybe not for some of you. Okay, despite the fact that that was an essential presentation for us, shall I ask Mrs. Giannopoulou just to be quite brief, to try to be on time.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Με ακούτε?
Thank you. Okay. I'll discuss this pilot project which started in cooperation. Please help me, says the lady. You have loaded the presentation, so how do I do it? Do I click somewhere to have the next slide? It says, okay. My case, says the lady. Thank you. Well, the Eleusis pilot, November 18, in cooperation with DG4 and the World Bank technical assistance. A pilot, essentially a first attempt to implement active policies, open framework in Greece, to have it as an exercise, learning exercise, in order for us to design the next stages. It involved 4 actions, 4 interventions: funding of new jobs, funding of entrepreneurship, training, and the project of Kinofelis. Concerning the new jobs, alternative subsidization, 9, 12, 15 months without maintenance commitment, with 60% total labor costs covered. Well, I've skipped a slide, says the lady. The new entrepreneurs, 12 months subsidization, 3 months maintenance commitment. Training, well, it involved unemployed people 45 age and over, and enrolled more than 6 months in our organization. Both training of 800 hours until 5 to 7 months. Specialties: clerical officers, retail, trade, wholesale, warehouse worker, security guard, lift operators, clerk operators, heavy vehicle drivers, bartenders and waiters essentially. And at the end we'll tell you how we came up with this list together with the lessons learned by the Ulysses pilot. There we had a platform where the employers could submit, could apply. As for the data, we had 1,635 beneficiaries after having a counseling. They would move to a profiling stage, 70 hirings thanks to this project with 53 employers, and despite the figure might be low, if we compare it with previous programs on jobs in the area, in the previous similar one with unemployed people 50 years and over, we had only 30 people hired for the 3 years duration of the project. So despite the fact that the number is small, we consider the course of the project quite satisfactory. Training, 116 training vouchers, 151 basic skills vouchers, 516 internship employers involved in the practical exercise. The most popular specialties: office workers, warehouse workers, and truck drivers. Now, in conclusion, essentially, the weakness of the project were related to the age of the target group. There has been a very conscientious but harsh option targeting people over than 45 years, long-term unemployed people. Let me put forward some figures. 80% of the people involved, 12 months of unemployment and over. That was a disadvantage in the selection of beneficiaries, people coming from a quite problematic area, which combined with the specialties, this made it a strong weakness. And again, another one, the selection criteria for training. As you may easily understand, you had to be just unemployed for 6 months or more and of 45 years of age. And there has been no other filter, so the participation due to the subsidy provided was very high. So we'll take all the above into account in relation to future actions, and I'll conclude with the positive, the strong points of this project. The profiling process of all job seekers, which was the first large profile exercise inside the Greek PES, together with the customized interviews, the consultation with local agencies and social partners, an extensive one which resulted in a list of conclusions, identification of local labor markets needs, which was an evidence-based through Ergani, through the survey on the specialties required in the market. And of course, the new simplified procedures in place for employers, the way they would apply. Essentially, in a month, the entire process, application process, was completed, and it was adopted in the three new projects of our PES, which closed successfully in July 2020. Training in terms of basic skills, that was an enormous innovation for our organization, with the involvement of our schools, training schools, and again 2 assessment tools, 2 new tools relevant to the identification of skills required, and we had matched them on the basis of ESCO, the suitable training modules, and of course the certification procedure with the involvement of 3 very important certification organizations in the entire endeavor. To a last sentence to conclude, ELUSIS essentially has played a very strong pilot role. Despite the harsh design options, we put in place significant solutions in terms of training, in terms of upskilling, and this pilot becomes a standard for a toolkit in view of new actions. Most of the processes described, as I mentioned earlier, has been embedded in our future actions.
I have just been informed, maybe I should have known that better, but you have only 10 minutes. Then the connection is off. So I've seen there is a question for Jean-Pierre. I don't know if Jean-Pierre, the question is, how can we strengthen the cooperation between the public employment services and the employers? Could you please just in 2 minutes give your reply, your experience?
Yes, of course. Thank you for the question, and I can say that in the framework of the PES network, we have this bench learning assessment every 3 years in the public employment services, self-assessment and assessment by peer PES, and we have a section dedicated to the relation with employers that is very important for the PES, and describing what is the ideal model for the relation between PES and employers. And among in this description, you can find the importance of having dedicated teams for employers. So in the last years, most of the PES have created dedicated teams, and if I can talk about my own PES in France, we had no more advisors dedicated to employers. Everybody was able to do everything, and now I think Pôle Emploi has 5,000 or 6,000 advisors, counselors dedicated to employers, in particular to small and medium enterprises, because they are not really they don't have the means to have HR units like in the big firms. But we can see also that during the pandemic and the development of the short-term work schemes, for example, in Germany, it was the German that told us that they had many more clients from the SMEs, because these clients that were not clients from the PES before, they saw that the Bundesagentur was extremely competent and proactive to implement these short-term work schemes. And so now they are finding new clients through this very proactive way of implementing short-term work schemes. What we can see also is the development of dedicated portals for employers, the possibility to publish online their job vacancies, the dedicated telephone helpline for the employers, and services implemented now like pre-recruitment, testing, selection, interviews, and more the post-placement. So there are many ways and different examples how to support employers and strengthen the cooperation between the PES and the employers.
Okay, thank you so much, Jean-Pierre. I think we're running out of time, and this is literally. And I want to thank everybody for your presence, for your presentation, for your participation, for people who are still online after so many hours. And I want to thank also my colleagues, Panagiotis Syriopoulos and Dimitris Matsioudakis, because I was not alone. I would like to thank also ASECT, Dimitris Trourakis and his children, and Natasha Kodaratu. And before the closing remarks, I will give 2 minutes to my colleague Dimitris Trourakis in 2 minutes to say the things that you have to carry out from this day. And then Dimitris Trourakis and my head of unit, Patrick Paquet, will do the closing remarks. Dimitri, in 2 minutes, main points to take away from today's meeting.
Thank you, Pablo. So the surnames may be similar. So I'm Dimitris Matsioudakis. So hello to colleagues from Brussels and the interlocutors or colleagues actually from Greece. So we actually started today with Jean-Pierre, who presented the reinforced youth guarantee to us. In that respect, it would be worth it maybe to highlight the links between the youth employment support or the reinforced youth guarantee and the vocational education and training. So VT helps young people get ready for their first job. And in that respect, it will be an essential part of helping young people enter the workforce during the recovery. It is worth noting that the Commission has taken a fresh approach to VT, making it modern, attractive and flexible. And then it is worth also noting the European Alliance for Apprenticeships and the inclusion in the reinforced youth guarantee, since apprenticeships are a great chance for young people to develop their skills and find work. It is also worth noting maybe that the European Alliance for Apprenticeships has been instrumental in creating almost 1 million apprenticeship opportunities for young people since 2013. And then we moved to Amber and Malta, who actually, there it is worth highlighting the importance of practical or on-the-job training in the labour market development of youth by multiple means actually, for example, apprenticeships, dual learning, etc., which are actually found at the core of the successful youth guarantee activation measures that Amber presented. What's also worth noting from the next presentation from Effie in Spain is actually the stressing of the social partners' inclusiveness in the approach and the actual lead of local chambers sometimes in data-driven program designs. In that respect, it is worth highlighting that among the youth employment support and the Alliance for Apprenticeships, among the objectives is, of course, to mobilize local and regional authorities as catalysts for apprenticeships within local business environments. Finally, we close the youth employment part with Kalina, and there it would be worthwhile to stress the grassroots approach of the project in Bulgaria, which is designed in that way due to the admitted lack of trust by people in institutions. In other words, institutions use other needs as intermediaries through other unofficial peers to provide, in the end, institutional solutions. Then we moved quickly to Part B and to our ALMPs for long-term unemployed women and migrants. First, we started with Irma, who presented the measures for women. There it is worthwhile to stress the very wide range of measures to support actually female employment. Sometimes there is a view that the most effective means to support female employment is by directly incentivizing it, and thus the significance of the socioeconomic environment is not, let's say, properly taken into account. So just to signal some of them, early childhood education and training provision, parental leave, flexible working arrangements are also in the framework that they can make women inclusiveness more substantial, let's say. Then we went with Miriam on the integration of migrants, and there we would like to keep the ample support providing to the objective of migrant inclusion. As envisaged actually in the recent action plan on integration and inclusion. which is underpinned by a shared set of principles. Then we went quickly with Renata to Germany, and we met actually the outputs of this project, in many brackets, of course, the outputs. So we met Mohammed from Syria, Ali, and Aladel. And then Luca closed with his presentation on the French project. Their partner organizations played a really significant role. Then we went quickly to part C, and there I would like to signal the significance of the action plan, of the upcoming action plan for the social economy. It will be structured around 7 priority pillars that will serve to boost the visibility of social economy. Then we would like again to thank a lot to Risto also for his presentation, and to Ana Carrero. Unfortunately, the next ones we have more fresh, so I will not go back to these. And then I will pass the floor quickly to Patrick or Dimitris. Thank you.
Yes, please, either Patrick or Dimitris Troulakis to do the closing remarks. I don't know, I see Patrick. I don't see Dimitris Troulakis. I don't know if he's there.
Εδώ είναι.
Dimitri, you could start.
Please. Γεια σας.
Hello. We've reached the end. We covered, to a great extent, European policies. We covered topics I don't need to mention them again. Dimitris Mathiodakis mentioned them. There's an echo. I can hear my voice. I don't know if technically there is anything we can fix. Okay, I don't know. Okay, so I think I fixed the technical issue. So with this last workshop, we saw that all sessions had a lot of overlapping or common points. All the vulnerable groups of people, women, immigrants, refugees, clients of the social enterprises have common issues with the skills, the first session, and social inclusion, and the second part, especially the third part. Youth, women, migrants need skilling, reskilling, upskilling to remain in the work, in the labor market, and avoid social exclusion. Everything was well designed for the needs of Greece. What I'd like to say and stay there is that when it comes to social innovation, and this is an important part of the future, because social economy is intrinsically linked with what we are living and experiencing today. This crisis has created a lot of issues, especially for the vulnerable, and requires a social experimentation and innovation that has to be social innovation in order to incorporate everyone and insert them into the work and the labor market. I'd like to thank all the speakers. All the presentations were very good. I'd like to thank the representatives from the European Commission for the time they devoted to us and for all the trouble they got in. I'd like to thank all the colleagues from other EU states that devoted their time to us and described best practices in their countries. A big thank you to Patrick and his team, because as always they stand by our side. I was very much helped by Schwartz greetings, who now Patrick is in his shoes. I would like to convey my greetings to him for the cooperation that we've had all these years in this geographic unit. We're very lucky with our geographical unit as a country, because all the heads of units and all the staff members are on our side and help us all the time, and of course we also help them. And let me say something I forgot to say in the beginning, that all this has been recorded for all those who want to watch it once again. There will be a link on our web page. You can see it on YouTube. All the presentations very soon will be uploaded in ESF Greece. And finally, to close, I'd like to say that if you may complete the evaluation sheet of this seminar, of this workshop, so that we may improve by reading you next time. Thank you very much. I would like to thank everyone.
Okay. Then it's me to conclude. Thanks for your kind words, Dimitris. It was a pleasure to work with you and your service, and also with Natasha Kuntaratu, because this was very smooth and indeed very successful in the end. We had a very good day today again on the employment policies, with a number of features which are very important. And I would like here also to thank Anna Giannopoulou from the OIED, because I think she concluded the presentations, but actually she is the one opening now the work for the Greek side, to take into account also not only what Elefsina learned as lessons, but also what we heard this morning. A lot of things were related one to the other, and I think I'm very happy to hear that precisely it is with this lesson learned that you are preparing new actions, and what I was calling for, really scaling up of the approach of LMPs in Greece. This is really the way forward. Now, I think we are fortunate because we had a good event, but also very, on the one hand, very good speakers, on the other, very active participants. We are still 75 online now, after all these hours, which is a good sign that there was really a huge interest on the Greek side. And thanks very much for taking part, an active part, asking your questions. That's naturally necessary. I understand also social partners have followed or will follow, and there will be the recording. And that makes me think that that was also one of the cross-cutting findings across the different interventions, that you need to have the right sort of partnerships between the institutions who are promoting the jobs and those who actually can advise and help, and also naturally the employers. I would like to here just to extend again my thanks to the speakers, because we had a mix of our policy unit colleagues, and they all made an effort, and I would wish to thank them wholeheartedly here, to make it not only a general guidance, but something very applied, and also replying very concretely to your questions, and pointing to a number of other best practices we didn't have time to discuss today for any sort of follow-up examination. I think that was very precious. Obviously, there were all the colleagues from the geographical units of the DG Employment, and from also member states speakers who presented then concrete practices, and for me it was very inspiring, and it shows that indeed there are a lot of things which just resonate also for the Greek challenges, I'm sure. So voilà, without making it much longer, I wanted to thank you all for this active participation, and I will conclude by thanking first the interpreters for helping us understand each other, and thanking my team who was on the forefront on all this. Pavlos Dimitriou, who was our moderator, but also he held on his shoulders the whole organization of this workshop. He had a lot of support from Dimitris. And thank you, Dimitris, for your takeaways, because that was very snappy, and I think very useful, actually, to recollect all the findings of today. And there is also Panayotis Seriopoulos, who has been helping a lot with this. So thanks to you guys. It was really a brilliant job. And let's conclude now this series of workshops. You will have a lot of follow-up because you have the task, but there will be also all the materials of today will be made available for further reading, for further consultation, clicking on the different links proposed by colleagues for further reading, etc. But there will be also the exchange on the questions and answers. So we'll keep the track. So it was not a one-off. It will just produce effects, I hope, over the next weeks and months. And looking forward to the Greek programs. Thank you very much for your attention. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye everybody. Thank you so much. Jean-Pierre, thank you so much. Dimitri, Natasha.
Bye-bye. Ευχαριστούμε. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Γεια σας από την ASECT.